Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth Uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Muslim nation. For these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking showing so far. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to
All right, fam. Okay, sorry about that. I'm trying to send Sis Sandra the link. So hold on a sec, fam. This is Rhonda with Truth Uncompromised. Welcome. So, child, wait a minute. So, welcome to the show. Tonight is Thursday, June 8th. We have a great show for you. We are on episode 17 of our series, Universal Language Codes and Symbols. So if this is your first time joining us, welcome, number one. And then also, just to give you what the purpose of this particular series is, it's a couple folds. The main purpose, I wanted to introduce the audience who is not familiar with core principles of metaphysics. And also, while we're getting into metaphysics, go over what symbols are actually used for from a ancient sacredness perspective. Get into sacred geometry, get into symbols, and a whole lot of other stuff, fam. Okay, so if you have not caught any of the other episodes, and this is your first time joining us, I highly encourage you to go back to the earlier episodes. We really get into a lot of stuff. So tonight, we're going to pick up where we left off. Yeah, last week was a trip. I hope you all got a lot of value out of it. We went into past lives last week and a couple of other things. So this week we're going to get into a lot more stuff as well. So welcome aboard. So before I bring on my co-host, bring on Sis Sandra, let's give a shout out to the YouTube family in the chat. So shout out to Sis Stephanie, shout out to Kimba, shout out to Wild Indian Dawn, shout out to RDT, shout out to Sis Angela, shout out to Coke Giles McLeod and Indy. All right, Indy, shout out to son Scotty, shout out to brother I'm Born here, my spades partner. All right, and then shout out to the YouTube family that's watching us. Okay, so let me bring on Sis Sandra. I know it's a lot, and let me hit record because I be the main one with a little attitude. Okay, because YouTube went back looking at videos, putting on copyright
recording in
claims
progress
from past videos. Okay, whatever, YouTube. So anyhow, let me bring on Sis Sandra. Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love to you. These
Okay.
people get on my nerves.
Girl, I hear you loud and clear. Did you you think, girl, don't come on here start no drama with AT&T tonight?
Well, you know what? They have been doing it to me all week. I mean, for the
I
last
would
2
switch
months.
from them though. I would switch because that would get on my nerves. That's why I dumped my other internet company.
Well, you know, I was gonna go into my daughter suggested I go on another browser. She said that yesterday, and the minute she said that, my thing started working.
Girl, I would still be oh, you mean the browser?
Uh-huh.
What did you switch from and what did you switch to?
Oh, I didn't go yet because
okay.
they stopped dropping my internet. But I'm gonna go on to DuckDuck if they keep doing that.
Okay, yeah, DuckDuck. Is it DuckDuckGo? Yeah, I think
DuckDuckGo because they're it's more personal, private browser, and they don't do that one. So
yeah,
but you know this is Yahoo.
Oh, girl, I don't F with Yahoo.
Yeah,
I haven't F with Yahoo in decades. Yeah, I don't mess with Yahoo.
So who's your browser?
I did do DuckDuckGo. I switched back from DuckDuckGo, but to be honest, most of the times I use Google because DuckDuckGo now, and I have anti-virus software on all of my stuff, so it automatically provides me actually with my default browser. But even with that, a lot of times I still have to switch back over to Google because the search engine do not be the same. Google, I know they be up in everybody's business and stuff, but you get better search results. But Bing, Microsoft's Bing, have stepped up their game a lot too. So,
okay.
Yeah, Bing has stepped up their game.
I have Bing on here. I could probably use it.
Try Bing. Because I wouldn't use it before, but lately they've really stepped up their game in their little raggedy defense.
Yeah, because I'm like, y'all guys, I'm going to quit this stuff. This ain't working for me. So, anyway.
Okay.
That's my complaint.
But anyhow, how are you doing, sis?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. And yourself?
I'm good, girl. Chow. And I'm hoping that nephew can come on tonight, Nuwa. Because, girl, I know New York is catching it with the wildfires from Canada. All of that smoke. Yeah, that smoke is coming down, and New York is getting the brunt of it. I'm assuming Jersey is too, but we got it. So the past 3-something days, girl, it's been smoky here, and air quality alert, this, that, and the third. So I'm gonna kind of go over that a little bit with the fam. But
do you know what we got here?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I had last night here? A thunderstorm. Lightning and thunder and rain. And I said, because it's been overcast because it's burning up there, in Canada. And then all of a sudden I said, oh, it's nice and cool here. And then the thunderstorm came out of clear blue. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, because it got back. Yeah, I'm looking outside now because I had stepped out for a little bit, and that was the first time we've seen the sun in like 3-something days, because it's been like a overcast. And yesterday morning, was it yesterday morning? Yeah, yesterday morning, the sky was so smoky we couldn't even see any of the downtown skyline.
Wow.
When I stepped out, what time was that? It's probably about maybe, that was about 11, 12-ish. That was the first time I seen the sun. And I'm like, oh, well, maybe the smoke is over. Nope. I could look out my window now, and it's back to that same overcast. So,
oh, wow.
Yeah.
You know what? In addition to that, the mayor, Adams, isn't he in New York? Yeah, he's in New York.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to start suing the other counties that refuse to take them aliens in there.
Who now, child? Now, who?
Remember you were talking about Adams and bringing in all those
the New York mayor, and the Chicago mayor,
whoever he is. Yeah, now he's suing the counties, the New York counties that won't take them.
I know them counties don't give a damn about none of that. I'ma say it for you, counties. Y'all don't give a damn about none of that.
No, I mean, why?
They can't afford it. What are they talking about?
I know it. These counties, these cities who say okay, they have to have a budget to okay. And
but they didn't they just claim and supposedly and allegedly have to raise the debt ceiling. But if they don't this is where that's where you be wanting to commit violence on somebody, because you're going to sit up here and say you ain't got money to fund the country's initiatives, but yet you still bringing people across the border, but you can dig up funds. In some of the cases, like Chicago came up with $51 million.
Right.
So I just don't have it to do with these governmental agencies playing these games. Because
Well,
that's exactly what
it
they're
is a
playing at
game.
this
It's a
point.
game of how they're going to make money. See, they don't mind spending the country's money, the people, taxpayers, and make you pay more taxes, but they don't want to spend it on things that you want, not for you. Look, we have veterans that are homeless. We have regular people that's homeless.
It's not right.
It's not right. It's not right. And they say it's humanitarian. Well, what about those humans over there? They don't care about the people that's in this country because it's their reset and they're making money. They're making boatloads, $10,000 a head for these people they're bringing in here.
Yeah, and I saw and I didn't even feel like listening to the video, girl, because I didn't even feel like getting damn upset because I'm like, I got to focus my energy on what I need to focus my energy on. But the headline said that the mayor of Chicago gonna say, talking about how they'll pay people to start taking in, to take them in. I said,
I told you that. I told you that's what Bush, Clinton, and Obama and them were saying. And then here this mayor says, take these people in, we're going to pay you. Well, it's good to get some money to have somebody, rent out a room. But if you're dead and you can't spend it.
I'm not doing none of that, goddamn it.
I'm not either.
Because if you could come up with the funds, goddamn, for somebody to live in my crib, because again, I didn't go into the Chicago article, so I don't know what amount they're talking about, but I heard before that it was like $7,000 a month. And I'm like, but y'all funky ass, you can't come up with that for homeless women and children and veterans? Go fuck yourself. See, that's why I can't never get monetized, because I'm always MFing and SBing. But I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. They're throwing people out of their homes. There's these empty houses. Old China boys, folks, is buying up all the property, but they can't put people back in. They don't want to put our people back in. That's the point. You can do whatever you want, and they don't want to do that. And so
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis. I didn't mean to.
And so, I'm looking at Nanya Business. She said it's 300 per week in unemployment.
And I can't get a tic-tac in this motherfucker.
Well, they're getting the people in Ukraine Social Security. The people in Ukraine.
Wait a minute. What?
They're giving the people in Ukraine Social Security.
Based on what? Based on what?
I'm telling you, they're giving them pensions at Social Security in Ukraine, based on Biden's spending.
See that shit like that makes you catch a case, and I don't have it to give. I'm telling you, girl, I don't have it to give, because once they start talking that shit, and then we talking people that are in need, and we gotta jump through these hoops to do XYZ to get people help, and you sitting up here giving people money that aren't in the country.
I know. People don't understand. Some people I speak to about this democratic system. They don't understand that these things that the other party is trying to stop the spending is because they're doing stupid stuff with the money and not spending it here. And so people don't get it. And you can't, there's no platform to tell everybody, because nobody is going to listen to you anyway. But this is what they're doing. They're doing all kinds of stuff. They're doing gender affirmation in Romania or whatever, stuff like that. And that's coming out of the people's taxes. All of that kind of stuff is coming out of that tax money. I saw some of the stuff they were going to do with it. I can't remember it all, but it was all frivolous and stupid. And then they hired all these 87,000 IRS agents to come after you. And then,
and they was trying to go after Cashapps and stuff, girl. Up there talking about some, they gonna send you a end of the year tax thingy on the activity from your doggone cash apps, girl.
You can't put more than $600 in it, I heard.
I heard
My
they
da-
wind up backtracking it because they don't have the infrastructure to keep up with it. But
Oh yeah, that's what they say. But Biden is saying, let them eat cake. That's what he's saying. He's doing Marie Antoinette thing. Let them eat cake. If they can't get groceries, if they can't get Social Security, this is Americans. Let them eat cake. Who cares?
the
But the
Social
ones
Security stuff that now I'm like, what? Child, you right, sis. I had to pull it up because I'm like, I don't want to lie upon these people. Let me bring this up. See, this why it's only so much information I could take in because child. Yeah, that part. So let me bring this up for y'all. All right, yeah, let me bring this up for y'all. You right, sis. I did a quick search and it's on here. Child. Now, if I'm mistaken, isn't that the Social Security that the US folks pay into? And it don't matter whether you want to pay into that bitch or not. Shit.
Taxes are supposed to be voluntary. It's supposed to be a gift.
Well, that's a separate story. But yet you
But
gonna
it's still
sit
the
up
same.
here.
They make you pay it anyway.
Right. Because you ain't finna get out of paying Social Security. Well, you know. I'll leave it at that. Because I don't want to go down that road. Okay. Those that know. And I'm not finna go down that road. I don't feel like it. Okay. So let's see this. Girl, you done learned me something new. Let's see what they talking about on here.
1 year after the start of Russia's invasion, thousands of Ukrainians are temporarily living in the U.S.
There are some viral videos claiming Ukrainians are receiving benefits like Social Security while they're living here.
So Jerry Carnes with our Verified team is digging into the claim.
President Joe Biden is committed to welcoming 100,000 Ukrainians who fled the war there to find their way here to the United States. There are viral videos like this one.
Yeah, no.
Hell no, not Omar. He stay getting some props.
For Ukrainian immigrants to get SSI checks.
Our viewers asked us to verify if Ukrainians here in the United States are receiving benefits like Social Security. Let's check. Our sources are the Social Security Administration, the Office of Refugee Resettlement, the Uniting for Ukraine program, and immigration lawyer Charles Cook. According to Cook, there are 3 ways Ukrainians can legally seek refuge here. One is through the Uniting for Ukraine program. Those who qualify can stay in the U.S. for up to 2 years as humanitarian parolees and receive some benefits.
They're eligible for food stamps. They're eligible for supplemental Social Security, SSI. They're eligible for insurance.
They just cut food stamps from my understanding because they rolled back the little extra that they was given during the pandemic, child.
But they're giving it to
Social
the
Security
other people.
Administration says that certain Ukrainians in the U.S. may be eligible for SSI benefits. The Office of Refugee Resettlement confirms humanitarian parolees may also be eligible for assistance through existing programs, like the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, health care through Medicaid, and food through SNAP.
No, they're not lifetime on the taxpayer dole. This is basically helping refugees who couldn't help themselves.
So we can verify it's true. Some Ukrainians who have arrived in the United States since Russia's invasion of their country may apply and could qualify for benefits like supplemental Social Security for a limited amount of time.
Child. That's all I gotta say about that. Thank you for bringing that to our attention, sis. I had no idea, girl.
Well, the ones that's coming in through the southern border is getting the same thing.
You mean from Mexico?
Yeah.
I just can't. I just really, really can't. And but that's what people vote for.
Well, they keep saying they're gonna get after folks who say it wasn't really a vote. Well, they might as well get them because you can't erase truth. So he didn't, he didn't really. He's an imposter as far as I'm concerned. So I was watching the vote. I watched Georgia. I was watching all that mess, and I saw what they did. But they say it was legit. Well, maybe it's legit if you said enough. And then they turn around and work with Ukraine, which they're Nazis. The Azores. I told you about that before. The Azores. Biden armed them. They're Nazi. They're not, So that's white supremacist groups. And then they holler to this side of the country that the Republicans are white supremacists, but yet over there in Ukraine, they're supporting Nazis.
And I mean, here's my thing. Again, I do not appreciate people being able to come over here on this soil. It's not about the individual people. Even, the immigrants coming from Mexico, whatever the case may be. I understand. It's for them. It's all about survival, trying to feed their family. Ain't about the people. It's about the fucked up U.S. policies. Because what you sitting up here telling me, let me just make sure I'm understanding this correctly. What you're telling me is I can be in this bitch, work all my life since I'm 14, and you fucking telling me that I have to meet certain criteria to get some help, which that help still be below the poverty line, okay? But the point being, but people can come from another country and automatically get signed up. Are you fucking kidding me?
That's what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing.
We got a huge homeless population in California, in like Seattle, that Washington, and different other places. Shit, I could throw Atlanta in there too. Shit, almost every city with a homeless problem. Veterans, a big part of that homeless population are veterans. And you have the audacity to tell me you're giving shelter and money to foreigners? And that's supposed to be acceptable?
Well, that's what they're doing. And I've been watching it. I've been watching it for months now, and I'm going, oh my God. And people don't understand the ramification of what this is doing to their pocketbooks. They get free food. You get expensive eggs.
Well, a lady put me up on game, and I think Sis Nonya just put in the comments. She said, I was issuing all kinds of benefits after the war in the Middle East, and I got several notices that people would be removed from cash aid to immigrant SSI because it pays more. Ain't that about who the fuck authorized? See, this is why I can't get monetized, but I don't give a damn. Who the fuck authorized for SSI for immigrants? That's shit that we're forced to pay. I'm done. I didn't know that, sis.
It's a lot more. It's worse. But our people are listening to sweet talk.
They love to be pimped. They love to be pimped. They love for somebody to tell them some sweet nothings in their motherfucking ear, and they don't put no actions behind that shit.
If you don't vote for me, you're not black. Well, you're not black because black is dead. It's civilly dismissed.
I don't give a goddamn if it was brown, gray,
sweet
green,
talk.
because
That's
I would have cussed Biden clean, plumb the fuck out for making a statement like that in front of me.
I know that's
I
right.
mean, I would have been whisked off to jail, but whatever the fuck. Who the fuck is
enjoyed the time.
Who the fuck is you?
Yeah.
Melanated people still set their ass up there and voted for him. And Mala, well, her hoe ass. Yeah, bitch, I'm calling you a hoe. Yeah, bitch, I'm calling you a hoe. See, this is why I can't get monetized. I don't give a damn. The hell with her, too. Because she pretty much said, she sat in black people's face and said, well, I have to do for everybody. She pretty much said, I ain't finna do shit for you. That was pretty much her summary.
She was putting us in jail when she was over
beforehand.
Here. Yeah.
Wasn't she locking folks up in Cali, mainly black and brown in Cali, and y'all was sitting up here, and not y'all, but the collective of black folks sitting up there, I ain't gotta do a goddamn thing. Gonna get out my face with that blah. I don't be in your business. When you be up there voting this, that, and the third, I'm not feeling that shit. Get on the hell up out my face with it. And I challenged them. I literally challenged them. I said, okay, I tell you what. I want you to write down them campaign promises that Biden is giving. And I want you to keep inventory of them. And I want you to go down the list and check off which ones he fulfill, which ones he don't. I said it hold him accountable. Now, I don't know about you. Now, I don't follow the shit that close because I know they all full of crap.
I watch it all.
But the point being, I know enough to know he ain't met not nary of a goddamn promise. He came out the gate with the student loan situation, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. That shit ain't went through. Ain't nothing that man promised went through. Not a damn thing. Matter of fact, the student loan payments finna be restarted, where they finna restart the payments back up. And so, I ain't shit. I don't be right sometimes. I don't. So I just had to rub it in. I was like, so how about those campaign promises? You could hear a rat piss on cotton. Ain't nobody say nothing. I'm like, huh? Because y'all had plenty of shit to talk during election time. Huh? I don't hear anything. Huh? Where's that list? What is he knocking? What is he knocking off that list?
He ain't doing nothing. He give you a bigger list that you have to pay.
I do not get how people get finessed over and over and over and over again. It's the same fucking method. All they got to do is get up there and talk real good and nice like a preacher. And
or
then,
old man.
Yeah. Like an old man, like Sean said last week, like a pimp. See, I know a motherfucking pimp when I see a pimp, baby, and I'm not the one. Or the two, or the three.
I know.
I just don't get it. And that runs rampant in the melanated community. Rampant.
It's gang mentality. It's gang mentality. They like to stay within their little group. Their mama was a Democrat. The daddy was a Democrat. The grandparents were. But the Democrats is not the same as from where Kennedy was there. They go back to that. They're undercover rednecks. They're undercover.
Who the Democrats?
Yes, ma'am. They undercover.
And see, I'd rather deal with the with the quote rednecks to an extent, because it's like, well, I don't like you. Well, bitch, I don't like you.
And it's straight in your face.
We even.
You're the straight in your face. We
even. You don't be in my face. I don't be in your face. Won't be no smoke. But what I cannot fucking stand, do not smile in my face. And you got the knife in my back, or you on the side plotting and talking shit. Because when I find out, it ain't going to be pretty. I don't fucking like it. I don't respect it. Have some balls. I don't fuck with you. I don't like you. Okay, I can understand that. Everybody's not gonna like you. Okay, I understand. You fuck you too, but I understand.
You know, there's charges coming up of money laundering.
With who?
With Biden.
Girl, they been saying that though. They been saying it.
Matter of fact, you remember that form I said that whatever it was, FBI 10 whatever. Form.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's agreeing to let them see it or have it.
Girl, he didn't scrub that stuff.
He done done that.
And I think to be honest, he got either Alzheimer's, some of that shit.
Biden?
Yeah, I think Biden is sick. That's just my opinion. I don't know that for sure.
Personally, I think it's a show.
I don't know. Because I know they use stand-ins and doubles, but the real Biden, to me, that man is sick.
He probably already not gone. He's gone. Probably already gone. This
because all that goddamn falling and stuff. It's like he don't have his balance, and I'm like, yeah, this man is sick.
Yeah, but he said a sandbag did it. So how if he's that gone, I
guess the sandbag was on them stairs because he didn't fell up the plane stairs a couple times, slid down them motherfuckers like 4, 5 separate times, and I can't talk shit. I have to watch the way I be walking down the stairs so I don't. Yes, but the point being, God doggone, dang, I think he's sick.
Well, I see two parts of him. When he gets really upset, he gets very lucid. He's straight to the point when he gets upset. Otherwise, he's playing this bumbling idiot. I really don't believe him because
I don't think he's playing. But go ahead.
The
bike, sis Thelma. Yeah, he was shaking and shit on the bike. I'm like, what blood? Get your. That motherfucker was like. Don't.
Yeah, it's off the bike. And
wholeness and power.
How are you?
I'm great, and y'all.
Good.
We're fine, thank you. Good to hear from you.
Likewise.
Yeah, good to hear your voice.
Thing with that, pay attention to some old Jim Carrey stuff.
It's the same stuff. It's an act.
Okay.
I'm just saying, as far as for his physical style of comedy.
Oh yeah, because he's a physical comedian.
Yeah, I'm just saying, somebody under that mask, and at times that smile be looking like a Jim Carrey character.
Well, when we get to talking about characters, they don't get it, Brother Sean. I know you know, and I know, because they ain't the only ones doing it. That's across the board. But yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he has a different look. And if you look at that look, sometimes you'll be going, this man is just putting on. And see, most Alzheimer's, since I'm in the profession, they get to a point they're afraid to cross a crack.
That's true.
If he's that far gone as he pretends to be. I don't diagnose. I say that. I don't diagnose because I don't have that license.
Right,
but I see that the behavior is intentional. That's what I see. And everybody busy laughing at him while he's pulling the wool over their eyes.
They so wrong. I kind of agree with Sean. I think it's different characters because one minute he got a bounce in his step, because you could tell people people have a signature walk, you have a signature move and a signature vibe. And, when he bouncing, I'm like, oh, they got the young Biden up there today, huh?
And sometimes the wrinkles ain't even there.
Right. I'm like, you 100 and
and he don't have no wrinkles.
Right. And you looking, your skin is looking 30 in the face. Get the hell out of here.
And then other days he has all them wrinkles.
But I saw a video of allegedly his granddaughter saying that he's allegedly been gone for 4 years.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Me either.
No, I wouldn't be surprised.
And I know this. I'm sorry, go ahead.
The thing is, if people are MAGA Republicans and believing the whole script that the Patriots have up, then you allegedly and supposedly know that Trump has everything under control, allegedly.
Right, supposedly. Right. Ain't that what they said? That they was locking people up 4, 5, and 6? Right.
He's still the president. Stuff is happening right now.
Right.
That's why we have all these distractions, etc., etc. But if while all this Hollywood acting and theatrics is going on, and people just playing their parts because they cut deals, this, that, or the other.
Yep.
Why are people actually transitioning? Why the fuck do we have to deal with being invaded again? They keep talking about the children and the innocent people allegedly and supposedly seeking a better life.
Right.
Why the fuck ain't y'all talking about that they emptying out them prisons? The same bullshit that they pulled before.
Right.
The same.
It's the same script. Right. Right. That part.
But, I mean, all this bullshit. You can call yourself a dog. You can be identified as anything that you want to be. But indigenous, if you're actually indigenous.
Right. That's a good point.
Everything that's going on, anybody can call themselves anything.
That's true.
And if you don't call them that, it's offensive. You can go to jail, lose your job.
Be sued.
Yeah, but it's okay for motherfuckers to argue with, put down, cuss at, call us out our names and everything because we claim to be who we are.
Right.
But we still ain't griping about that. We got motherfuckers that's standing up for everybody and everything but self.
I 1000% agree.
If it's offensive to fall off into that gender stuff,
it is,
and mislabel somebody. Every time a motherfucker say something contrary to us indigenous people, you shouldn't have shit.
Nothing to say. Zip it.
No, what I'm saying is you shouldn't have shit. A goddamn job, a place to live, citizenship. You shouldn't have shit. You shouldn't have the right to exist. Like motherfuckers telling us we don't have the right to be indigenous people, but everybody else got every type of motherfucking right over here.
That's right.
Yep. No, you're right.
But y'all can constantly and consistently disrespect us and don't shit happen.
On the regular. Yeah. Yeah.
That's on us.
Now that I agree with you on, because it's getting better. Don't get me wrong. It's getting a lot better with people, taking ownership. And when I'm talking about people, because everybody really should be doing genealogy And this is beyond the quote melanated community. White people need to do their shit. Mexican people need to do their shit. Everybody should be doing your genealogy. And that's why I don't be wanting to hear shit from white, black, and brown about my motherfucking heritage when you ain't done yours. I'm not going to argue with you on my heritage. It's not going to happen. Okay? Because most people have not done it. All right? So right now, that's just my disclaimer on that. I'm on the melanated / black community. This is what you get when you don't do your due diligence to know what your heritage is. Because if you knew what your heritage is and you get in those records and you see how your family fought in these motherfucking wars, there's no way you could sit back and allow somebody else to take precedence over you. It just wouldn't happen. But because we don't do for the majority of us, don't do that due diligence, and you go with the narrative that they gave you that you're from Africa, this is what you get. You get what the fuck they're dishing out. You literally get what the fuck that they're dishing out. And you're gonna keep on and you gonna fuck around and they gonna be trying to deport your ass. Now, if you think Rhonda just sitting up here making it up, I'm being mean, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. You need to go check and do the real history because they fucking tried it before. And our ancestors said, go back to Africa. Who the fuck is you talking to? I'm not doing a goddamn thing.
They did it in 1828.
Yeah, some did get deported, but they started with volunteers. Well, I won't say started because I'm sure it was some prisoners of war shit going on, and it was reverse Atlantic slave trade. Okay, because we definitely saw the records where they were doing it in Europe. When those wars broke out or they wanted to empty up the prisons and they needed workers to try to build quote, quote, colonies in Africa, and those early colonies in Africa, that shit was a bust. But the point being, I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
My thing is, I don't have no problem with who anybody else is. You are with your genealogy, with your DNA and genealogy say you are.
Exactly.
I mean, you can't help who the fuck you are.
Agreed.
Telling other people who they are.
Oh, I don't play them games with people. I don't play this games with people.
Yeah, that's the type of shit to get on my nerves.
I'm not doing it. I'm not showing you no records. Go fuck yourself. Exactly. I ain't gotta prove shit to you. Go on and get out my face. I'm not playing that game with you. I'm not going tit for tat. I'm not proving the motherfucking thing. Who's you?
And the whole thing with the DNA they keep hollering about. All y'all track back allegedly to some goddamn tribe, but no individuals, no specific family.
Right.
Nobody you can go over there to and they'd be like, you're my cousin or this, that, or that.
No, you can't even go back over there.
Exactly.
Ain't that what paternity tests or whatever supposed to do? Or DNA tests supposed to let you know who your family
is. Yeah. But they don't do that for us.
They say all that stuff, but it's motherfuckers that you can go over there that's in this tribe that you claim to be a part of. Do a DNA test compared to theirs and see what markers line up.
What you're saying with individuals, because let me just shut up, because I don't even give a fuck about them DNA tests, but go ahead on, Brother Sean.
That's what I'm saying. You just go claim to be a part of a tribe where these people have been for thousands of years, could trace their bloodline, etc., etc. And your relative was the only motherfucker from that particular bloodline that got took, or that whole particular bloodline got took to where there isn't another motherfucker over there in the same bloodline, but you come from there. But ain't nobody your relative.
Right.
I mean, the shit just have to make
it don't make sense. And my whole thing is, so you telling me I was snatched, not me personally, supposedly my ancestors were snatched, and ain't nobody tried to come look for me, none of that. That's what you're going to tell me. You're going to tell me millions of us, although you don't have the records for the millions on Turtle Island / the United States, you don't have the fucking millions of records. Even your data says 300,000 for when you have reported from the 1500s up until, I forget whatever that date is, somewhere in the 1800s, I think, if I'm not mistaken. You don't even have the millions of records. Oh, okay.
What about the oral teachings? So many of those tribes over there have oral teachings. If they people came up missing hundreds of years ago by the millions,
wouldn't it be in that?
They'd have, wouldn't it be oral teachings about their people that got took across the sea by the white demon and all this, that, or the other?
Yeah.
I mean, it's stories told about anything else. You got stories about motherfuckers who was around just 20 years ago.
Child, they don't go. But I'm supposed to believe them over what my family tells me and what these records tell me. That's what you finna sit up here and you think I'm finna get on. And where'd y'all come up with this term, Beyonce's internet? I'm like, you know what? I can't with the internet. You think I'm finna sit up here on Beyonce's internet, Beyonce, and then I heard somebody say Beyonce and Al Gore's internet. Baby, I hit the floor. You think I'm finna sit up here on Beyonce and Al Gore's internet and argue with a motherfucker over who I am? It'll never happen. It'll never happen. It's not gonna happen. So even within the quote, melanated community, there's still that crawl of divide. And even that, I would even be okay with that. If if you say that you're from Africa, have at it, baby. That's your business. I have nothing to do with that. I wish you well. I hope you find those records. I hope you find the boat where your people came over here on. I mean, those records should exist. You should have those records. It should say that first ancestor that touched on the American soil. You should have that information because it was business, right? It was a business. But, nonetheless, I wish you well. Here's where melanated people keep fucking up. You still do not get together as a collective and come up with what you need and what you want. You still don't do it. Just like with the whole reparations thing. Now, people know how I feel about it. Have at it. I don't have no problem with people getting their ends. Go on, do you, boo. I'm just telling you, I'm not fencing to do that. Because if you're basing it on slavery, that's not going to apply to me. Okay? My folks didn't come from Africa, and I haven't found any slave records, even on the whole Indian slave trade stuff. I haven't found those records. Okay, so I'm not personally, I'm just telling you what Rhonda's going to do, and I'm doing that for a purpose. I'm not taking no funds up under the banner that my people were African slaves. Now, you're not finna find that in the records on me. Okay, now I don't know what everybody else in the family is doing, but I'ma be that one. Okay? So for the next reset, all right, whoever's still around, I'm trying not to be the fuck back around via incarnation. Goddammit, I'm done. But nonetheless, at least they could dig up them records. Oh, that's my Aunt Rhonda from da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da remove. She said we're Indian. You goddamn right, baby. I'm not finna put that shit on my family's heritage. I'm not doing it. But if that's what you want to do for you and yours, do it. But even with that said, y'all still are not y'all didn't even get the reparations shit together. And now this is me personally. I think it was purposely sabotage. Because that shit that they putting before is so raggedy, baby. I would not want my name attached to it. It's a hot fucking mess. I wouldn't want my name attached to it. It's nothing solid. I ain't seen no plan. It's a mess. Okay? And it seems like the first set of people that was going for reparations, I think it was the ADOS, had their shit together a little bit more than this other fuckery that's going on. I don't know what the hell that shit is. This is melanated people's fault for not being organized as a collective to put your best interests at heart. And the fucked up part about it, they even give you a blueprint on all of the ills of the quote, quote, melanated community, and you motherfuckers still don't have the brain cells to take that and go down that bitch and say, this is why we want reparations. Because you like to be lied to, you like to be pimped, you like to listen to the smooth talk and don't get shit out of it. It's a fucking popularity contest. It ain't about who's qualified for the job. It's about who looks good to do the job. And that's why you don't never get shit. And I know shit when I see shit. I'm sorry. Go ahead on, Brother Sean.
It's fraud. You can't perpetuate fraud against fraud and expect to benefit from it.
That's a good point.
Yes. They have no legal standing or anything to give you in the form of reparations. You claiming to be a character that you're not.
They made up.
It's going to benefit you how? Their little reparations program that we have seen others participate in are for citizens. It's for actors. It's for those who partake in the fuckery. They all got to pay for the so-called reparations that they got, because every bit of so-called reparations that this corporation doled out, they took from who?
True.
Ain't they resources and shit they giving away? Ain't
It's
they
not.
land that they supposedly selling to China and whoever else?
And that's the insult, Brother Sean. That's where I be insulted. And it's like people, they don't give a shit.
They think it's okay for all these motherfuckers to be here doing whatever they want to do because they allegedly and supposedly bought it. But how do you buy what ain't supposed to be sold?
And how can somebody give you your own shit? I just have an attitude. But I'm not finna sit up here and lie. I have an attitude about the whole thing. I wouldn't go up under the banner of reparations. I would go up under the banner of restoration. And it would definitely be based on the conditions of the melanated community. That's how I would approach it.
The thing is, in order for the body to heal, you have to remove the toxins or the parasites.
True.
The body can heal itself. We can figure out what the fuck to do once everything around us ain't goddamn toxic.
True.
So, the best thing that motherfuckers can do if they really call themselves wanting to balance things out or say that everyone is equal and all this, that, or the other. The only way that there's some form of equality, so to speak, is for everybody to be where the fuck they belong.
Well, come on now. Sis, no, you said deport them.
To me,
I think they wait for the rapture.
What rapture? Child, when the Lord is supposed to be coming back. Shit.
Yeah. They have the movie The Rapture.
They are the rapture.
Yeah.
They fucking up shit everywhere they go. You motherfuckers bring in every last one of your problems or your karma.
That's true.
Every goddamn thing with you here to violate space we've been trying to cleanse.
I found out this week that, there's there's breeds of roaches from Germany, and those are the worst ones to get rid of. I said, God damn it, I'm tired of people's trash. Now we got roaches from Germany that they came over here and you can't get rid of them bitches. I'm tired of this. That's immigration. Damn, they immigrating the insects. I'm like, oh Lord, I can't do it. My nerves.
Yeah,
that's terraforming nature. That's going against the original biodiversity here.
Right, so the American roaches all in the corner like this. And the German roaches on the scene like, yeah, what up? Breeding and shit. Girl, I was just disgusted.
It's just, the effects are on so many levels, microscopic and macroscopic.
Absolutely.
It's all terraforming.
It is.
Because they bring in shit here that don't belong
here. Absolutely.
And if they think that we're just being insensitive about what other people are going through, the whole motherfucking world know what the fuck we've been going through. That's why they trying to get their motherfucking asses here to mooch off of the shit here. For everybody to keep saying that Africa has all this, all that, or the other, why ain't the whole world trying to go there?
I've been saying that.
It's been proven or stated many times that you can feed the entire world from Texas alone.
Yep.
That's what it says.
So again, tell me how it is that Africa got all this shit that everybody want, but everybody and their mama coming here. You ain't got motherfuckers by the millions trying to cross no goddamn border into Africa, no motherfucking where.
Agreed.
Why the fuck everybody here bringing all their bullshit here?
Agreed.
They want to bring their customs and everything. If your customs and your ancestral beliefs mean so goddamn much to you, then you should know that that shit is connected to the land where your ancestors sprung up from. Especially if you motherfucking indigenous to another part of the world and coming over here fucking being disrespectful and
Right.
thinking that you entitled to something over here.
I agree.
There's too many goddamn so-called African groups online.
Mm-hmm.
All you Pan-Africans got to do is go in one of them groups and try and claim one of they goddamn tribes. Or something.
Baby, they gonna bang on them. They gonna set that MF off. You know it, and I know it, and they know it.
They can't do that.
And they can't get none of them to come on their shit and stand up for them and say, yeah, this, that, or the other. Our people has been missing them. This, that, or the other. We've known this all this time. The military is ready. This, that, or the other. I mean, ain't none of that shit happening. But we see everything that's going on here to hide the true identity of the indigenous people.
Big time, all the time.
No matter how many pictures, records, no matter how much proof is shown. And the fact that motherfuckers is living, looking right at you. You got people that are in this Pan-African thing that'll sit up there and say, yeah, my grandmama and them told me that, but I don't believe that shit.
And it's so disrespectful. So disrespectful. I be and that's why I'm like, I can't listen to that shit no more. It infuriates me because it's like you're gonna disrespect, like you said, your ancestors, your granny them for, Shalika Bob but that on the corner, and you think I'm respecting this shit?
You saying fuck the side of your bloodline that you was told directly by your ancestor to your face.
Mm-hmm.
And then you turn around and be like, fuck that, that ain't what I am. I'm African because so-and-so told me that.
And most, not all, most can't even name their third or fourth grandparent. But you want to sit and tell. That's why I don't have them discussions. I don't have the patience for it. I'm not finna sit up here and argue about my personal heritage that I so happen to have the proof on, backing up what my ancestors been done told me. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. This how serious this shit is with this heritage stuff. So I told y'all, because, my dad, he's always said, and my grandmother, she transitioned on my dad's side, always said that we were Indian, okay? And you could definitely look at her and tell, and my dad, it's no mistaking. But point being, they've always told us that. So specifically, he would be my great uncle. My great uncle had told my dad specifically where on the reservation that the last of our people were, because they were the only ones that went on the reservation, okay? So my dad told me that information in passing, and so I held on to it for years. And so when I really got into searching the heritage, I remembered what he said. So my aunt, that's my great uncle's daughter, when I was doing that research, I got stuck. And so I had to call her. And I'm like, Amy, I need great grandma, because that would be her mother's. I need her maiden name. She was able to give it to me like that. That was the connection. Her just dropping that piece of information like that, I was able to go back, found the reservation records, found all of that shit. Okay, found Revolutionary War military records. I'm like, shit. So here's where I'm going with that. I have to next week go. I got a call couple weeks ago, and that same aunt, she's not doing good at all. And they're actually have brought her home. I talked to my cousin, and they brought her home. She's on hospice. Okay, so it's just a matter of time. So I'm actually going to go spend time with her next week. And if I had not taken the steps that I took at the time that I took it, that could have been information lost.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, that could have been information lost. So I'm definitely going to take some time next week, spend with her, and I'm going to go over those records with her. So that's why this shit is important, fam. You're supposed to know your family history. And if you're not talking to your family members, you know, it can really, really be a struggle for you to find that information. Okay. This is really deeper than, and I can't tell everybody what to do. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to tell you what to do. That's not my place to tell you what to do, nor is it my business. Okay. For me, I'll correct it. For me, this is more about, it's a spiritual journey. It's more for me than about a fucking check. Okay? This is a spiritual journey. I don't want any of my nieces, nephews, whatever, coming up thinking a narrative and a label of an African slave when that's not even who they are. So it's much, much more spiritual to me, and it's honoring your ancestors. And anybody that's done their genealogy, and I'm not gonna lie, it takes you years, and I'm still not done because I want to go back as far as I can go. Okay, it's gonna take you years. It's gonna take you time. You're gonna run into roadblocks. But I'm telling you, I can only tell you from my experience. As you're going back, pulling back them layers, and you're finding these things, and you're like, oh my God, blah, 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 blah. And you're looking at these names, and I can't wait to share this stuff with my aunt, because when I'm going back, like, 1800s, this, that, and the third, and I'm looking at these names, and it's the same names that's carried through my family right now. And I'm like, oh my God, I wonder if Auntie so-and-so knows she named after this ancestor. Uncle so-and-so known they named after that ancestor. It will really, really just, it'll do something to you. And depending on how tapped in you are spiritually, those ancestors will come and visit you and thank you. It's a spiritual journey. Okay, so that's all I got to say on that. Okay, go ahead, Brother Sean. Shit. All right. So let's go ahead on with the fuckery. Sis, we can start with you. You have anything for the family tonight?
Oh my gosh, let's see. They done posted thousands and thousands of videos off of that Biden boy's computer online. And they're out there for anybody who want to see them. And so they're getting ready to try to do their thing with Biden. But the truth of the matter is they got little soft spines. These people have really soft spines nowadays. I don't understand it. They may be part of the game, like Brother Sean said. They're part of the game because, for me, I would get angry and call them out. But they like, well, we're planning on, we planning on, we planning on, we planning on. When you know that you got some turd that's in your house, you don't try to say, well, I'm planning on trying to get him out of there. I'm planning on trying to get out of there. You be at that door banging on that door, get out of my house. But this is what kind of people they have turned into, in addition to what they were before. I guess they may be ashamed of what they did in this country. I don't know. Because they try to deny what they've done in this country and pretend like they did it honestly, which is not truth. But they don't have any spine. They absolutely have no spine in confronting. But I think it's maybe they're part of the problem. They're taking the bribes too, and of course, CCP, they say, is really the ones behind all the money in this so-called American government. I haven't seen the people that keep saying they're proud of their country, but yet they won't fight for it. And so that's what's happening. I guess maybe they feel that they stole it and they can't fight for it. But that's what I'm just looking at, how they keep saying, oh, he's doing this and this is this and this is that. And they can say, well, we're going to do it next Thursday, or we're going to do it next Wednesday, or we're going to do it next Friday, So maybe I think their karma is catching up with them. And they're being they're paying their debt now because they're being pushed out of their own theft that they done. And they don't understand because they say this is theirs. No, it's not. But I don't, but I see that karma is catching up with them, because it's the same thing that they did to us that is done to them. They are being invaded, they're being bankrupt, and they're being stonewalled. Their government is corrupt, pretty much, allegedly. And they are saying that we're going to do something. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to do it, but haven't done nothing. And I think it's because a lot of them are on the take as well. And I said, Benedict Arnold, he was considered a traitor, but they are traitors to their own country as well, too, or to their own values. Now, the Christian faith, they're being attacked. But, once you keep lying about something for centuries, it'll eventually catch up with you. And they've been telling a whole lot of people a whole lot of lies about who's who in that scripture. And it's catching up with it. So I look sometimes at this stuff as a benefit, because it's kind of showing them up as to who they really are. And it's also a bane, because we have to sit here and be a part of what they're doing and watching them flounder. But, every civilization has changed or been taken down by their moral attitude. And this country is no better than the rest of them.
Yeah.
It's no different.
Why do we have to watch, though?
I don't know.
That's a good point, Brother Sean. That's a good point.
I don't know. That's what I'm like, ooh.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it is. Why we got to be here watching all this stuff? Are we protected?
That's a good point.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. I get frustrated because it's like we fought to maintain who we are, but we also had problems that let it happen. So they're not totally at fault. But what I'm also seeing too, because we have that Cabbage Patch stuff with the Cabbage Patch Kids. Mm-hmm. So when you look at what's happening, they're all in unity on that. They're all fighting about their gender. I'm like, huh? Who cares? You got what you got. Live with it. But no. Child. Well, you're going to kill yourself if you change yourself. So I'm wondering if these are the Cabbage Patch people. I don't remember you saying what date they were they were put out into society. It wasn't the 29s, the 20s, 1920s and stuff, because they're acting really unified in their craziness.
So what are you saying? You think that this is the result of the orphan children? Because I just for the family that don't know what we're talking about when we're talking about the Cabbage Patch kids. She's really talking about the orphan trains. You can go on YouTube. Shout out to the Mud Flood community. They've done a hell of a job. That's how I got put on game about the orphan trains, and it was a massive amount of children being shipped.
And the incubator babies.
Yeah, and the incubator babies. Right. So, I'm country. We say arm babies, okay? But the little ones. And it's like, where the moms at? So it was two things. A bunch of babies showing up that were arm babies. It's like, okay, who gave birth to these arm babies? Where the mama at? Okay, that was number one. And then all of these trains of these orphan children coming from Europe. Okay, so go check out the videos. It's really, really some interesting stuff. And I did just some light research. I didn't dig deep into it. And I saw where that whole, I call it repopulation. I call it a reset repopulation. That was a worldwide program that they ran through the churches.
And these people nowadays, they sound like they have no soul, that they want to find who they really are. I'm watching TV commercials, and dudes dressed up in drag, and then I finally get a chance to tell you who I really am, to show you who I really believe I am. And I'm like, what's wrong with these people?
Yeah, let's stay focused, one topic at a time.
But that's what I'm saying.
Won't confuse them, because that, to me, this is just me, that don't have shit to do with the reset repopulation. Okay, this is why, and you know what's gonna solve that? Guess what solves that? Genealogy.
They don't believe in genealogy anymore.
That's why I said everybody should be doing genealogy, because I know personally, as I was doing my genealogy, that white folks had attached to one of our records, and it clearly said, quote, I can't remember if it was Negro, Black, one of those. And I'm sitting there, but one of the cousins, them, they was on it. Okay, I think that was that either second or third cuz. Politely told them, you need to unattach your family's name from this. This is not your family. And they changed the title to the Black so-and-so. And I fell out when I went back in there and saw that. I'm like, oh my God, leave it to my relatives. So everybody should be doing genealogy. Everybody. Every Caucasian person in the Americas should be able to tell us when they folks hit the shores of America, and specifically what boat they came over here on.
Right, they should.
Everybody should know.
I think it'll eliminate a whole lot of confusion, because they're really confused nowadays. And they're trying to reach out, and there's laws being passed.
People want to believe
a lie.
Yeah. And that's across the board. That's just not melanated people. That's white people too. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
Then they'd have to come off that superiority
and
complex.
Bingo. That's what I was about to say. Who was slaves? Who was really running stuff? And it fucks me up when white people want to come on my platform, and not all white people, because some get it and like, well, hey, there go the evidence, 4, 5, and 6. Let me go on and sit down over in the corner. Much respect. But then you got some old black people, but motherfucker, don't come on my shit Talking about what all black people do your own motherfucking heritage, whore. What your people trace back to, bitch? I guarantee you more than likely your people made it over here in the motherfucking 1900s. Don't fucking play with me. That you ain't fencing to sit up here and do. Don't come on my shit with that bullshit.
Yeah.
But nobody wants to walk in truth. Everybody wants to buy the narrative. White people want to be, not all white people, okay? Just like not all melanated / black people are about the foolishness and the stupidness. Not all melanated and black people want that label of an African slave on their back when it's not true. Now, if it's true, it's true. It is what the fuck it is, okay? And you would think that white people would be happy that their ancestors didn't participate in the fuck shit. And I'll be sitting there like, motherfucker, I'm telling you, your people didn't do this shit. And you're arguing with me. You're telling me that your people were pieces of shit. That's what you finna sit up here and argue with me. I'm telling you, your people didn't do this shit. But you're gonna argue with me and tell me that they did. So what you're telling me, let me make sure I under motherfucking stand this. You're taking on the karma for your lineage of being enslavers.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
That's how much low self-esteem you have for your heritage that you want to take on that label, even when it's not true. Okay, then. Carry on. So when you get that motherfucking work, you get that work. Whatever. Okay, Brother Sean, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery?
Well, we sort of been covering it, but your willingness to be led astray for no reason, no pride in self, no pride in ancestors that you keep talking about. I don't care where you from. Having no pride in your ancestors. That you come all the way across these waters, go through whatever it is y'all claim to go through to get here. To pretend to be Americans. You say, fuck everything else, fuck what your ancestors may or may not have been.
Right.
Even though majority of y'all can trace back to specific peoples, specific bloodlines, y'all still want to sit up and pretend like you're the indigenous people here. Just using the term American, that's you staking a claim to this land. Whether or not that's what we were originally called or not.
Or not, right.
Just like if they want to say all life began in Africa and every other race came from us, why the fuck ain't y'all arguing with the Chinese people and telling them they African? Why you ain't arguing with the Russian people telling them they African?
Damn, let me give you the bomb. Can you say that again? I so appreciate it. Let me find this explosion.
If everybody is from Africa, if all life began in Africa, why y'all ain't arguing with the Chinese people telling them they African? The Russian people telling them they Russian? The Germans telling them they African, etc., etc. Everybody should just be fucking Africans. Everybody in the whole world is African. Even though they got stories to tell you about people from the stars, etc., aliens coming from different places. Why wasn't they Africans before they got here?
Right.
I mean, there's just so much bullshit caught up into that term Africa, which maps show wasn't no bigger than a state at one point in time. Not a whole fucking world is considered to be Africa.
But maybe
no disrespect.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
No disrespect to the nations and peoples in that region.
Absolutely. 1000% agree.
Know what their nationality and tongue and everything is. And they don't run around calling themselves African. Whatever they tribe or whatever is, that's what they refer to themselves to.
That is correct.
And the only time they refer to themselves as African is in terms of commerce. Everybody know how to play the commerce game but us.
Ooh.
Everybody profiting off of these fake names, corporate names, labels, and designations, but us, because we choose to take the lowest designation that they've given anybody and the worst history that they've created, and we choose to associate with that and think a motherfucker's supposed to respect you. But I digress.
Whew, let me go on and put an explosion on that. That's a hell of a question. That's a hell of a that's a great point. Thank you for that, Brother Sean. I think nephew came on. Let me unmute him.
Peace and love, Auntie.
Peace and love, nephew. How are you?
Peace and love.
I'm very good. Good evening, Auntie Sandra. Good evening, Uncle Sean. How are you doing?
Good. You doing okay up there? Y'all
can't complain.
Resetting and y'all got your child, your smoke is choking us out. John, are you breathing okay in Cleveland? Shit.
It's hazy. It still took over here in Ohio.
What I don't understand about those things is you have those water bombers all over the place. How come they're not stationed for this season to be dropping water when fires break out? Doesn't make sense.
Let me ask you this, nephew, and then I'm gonna play a clip. I'm gonna play a clip of New York.
New York.
Do you think those fires were natural, in your opinion?
No.
Okay.
No, because they're happening too frequently, and nature. What's causing it to instantaneously combust? Where's the fire originating from? Simultaneously combust.
And I thought it was just one wildfire until I saw they showed on the news that it was multiple. I'm like, what the heck? I said, okay, y'all terraforming. This smells terraformish to me.
It's more of keep your eyes on the screen kind of thing. We need something for them to be feared of. Let's burn something. Because right now, and where I'm at, there's no real fire. It's all on the news. So unless you are on the news, you don't know about it.
Well, is it smoky there? Cause
no.
we
so I'm
choking in the States.
So they're doing so they're burning us to smoke you out, because let's say that's East Ontario, where I'm at Southern Ontario, nothing up there. Let's say the central of Toronto, nothing. Montreal, nothing. It's in the mountains of Quebec, I'm hearing.
Okay, yeah, that's what I heard, Quebec.
Right. So we're not seeing it on the, let's say the majority of Canada. It's that one area that they're smoking out.
Is that area just predominantly woods? I mean, did they have to evacuate people or?
From what I've heard, there is no evacuation. It's just woods. It's forest land in the middle of nowhere. No one's really populating. Let's say that's what I'm saying. The city folk is not populated in that area. It's all bush.
Are they saying how they got how did the fires get started? Are they saying that?
Particularly, I don't know, but knowing what now that you're asking, I'll find out from our side and come back and tell you next week. Because from my understanding, it's just a natural wildfire. They haven't told us any story of it starting how.
Yeah, that's what I think, son Scotty. I think it's reset fires. I really, really do.
Well, we see how they're doing it now. As I said, for us, it's just a wildfire, but we understand how they do things. So yes, I could see that being a reset easily. Sure, not the area. They've had that with another let's say back in Rona time. There was a city that a doctor was collecting information on the population, and all of a sudden their town had a wildfire, and the whole town was burnt out and had to be evacuated. So when you're talking about reset, it happened a couple of years ago where it was official, where a doctor was collecting samples on these individuals, and then that town got burnt down to the ground.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Sis Sandra. I was
No. I'm just getting back. They had me knocked out totally.
Yeah, Brother Sean was on mute. I don't know what's going on. Yeah. Let me I do not like this browser. Since you said that, sis.
Well, what's the word on your side of they're
I'm about to play it now. Because New York is jacked up. It's jacked up in Ohio. So Sean is Cleveland. So he's closer to Canada than I am. I'm more in the center.
Right.
And the smoke, it even came down to the center where I'm at. And it's like a haze. Like I said, I was saying earlier, yesterday, we couldn't even see the downtown skyline. And I'm it's getting ready to be dark now. But it's been like hazy all day. And it's because of smoke.
Right. On our side of town, it's been raining. Like we just had a rainstorm.
And so we ain't had nary of a rain.
And that's the next thing. If there's a if there's a fire, why like again, they can control another population, the atmosphere. But again, why can't we use that atmospheric control to friggin' wet up that area? Like we know how to direct storms, we know how to control jet streams. So this is a classic sign of a reset. Yeah. Again, it's raining in Montreal, which is like, let's say.
So y'all getting rain, and we over here choking.
Bonding.
Exactly. Yeah, I had rain yesterday. Last night we had good rainstorm.
No, I'm gonna have to ask Sean when he comes back on. Has Cleveland gotten any rain? But we ain't got shit. Matter of fact, he back on. He must be doing something. He on mute. Cause matter of fact. I'm gonna have to move my damn hostas. Well, I don't think I'm gonna have time before I have to jet out next week. I'm hoping my babies don't burn up. Yeah, we haven't gotten any rain.
Yes,
we got thunder and lightning like it was crazy. Wow. My dog was out there barking at the lightning.
All right, so let me show y'all real quick. Let me put this on this. I'm gonna have to check. It's just speaking of browsers, this ghetto browser.
What would cause that? It's not like it's that high. We're now coming into the growing season. We just had the rain a few weeks ago, so that area should be fairly moist.
Well, child. We down here choking, okay?
No, I could see it.
And people with asthma right now. Ooh, let me pause this. Right now, people with asthma, they're catching it, and I'm like, my allergies be messing up. So far, knock on wood, I'm cool with my allergies, but the people with asthma and respiratory issues, they're catching it. And even indoors. You
can't hide from it.
Yeah, some of them are catching it. So I just find that interesting. So let me share this with you. So can you got your computer screen up, nephew? Because I was going to say, if I put it on Zoom, you know how that go. Zoom be acting up. So hold on. Let me play this for you all. This new smart patch instead. All right, so somebody gonna have to go on mute. Okay, there we go, because I heard some feedback somewhere. Oops.
With us. Wow. Well, CBS News senior weather and climate producer David Parkinson is here in Studio 57 with us. Wow.
I wish I weren't. I wish I were home right now because it is really bad.
It's
and
really bad.
It's not as bad as yesterday, though. That is the interesting thing.
It looks like it. It looks like not as yellow.
We have seen a little bit of improvement. I mean, like the fact that you can now, from one of our downtown cameras, see across to another river, that is a difference. I mean, you could not see all the way out to the Hudson yesterday. As we take a look west in the city right now, again, more cameras in the city. Again, you can see at least down to Bryant Park. Or Bryant Park is there actually, or One Vanderbilt. You can see some things, but it's obviously pixelated. It's a lot less clear than you'd like it to be. Right now, the AQI in Manhattan's running about 223.
Right.
That is still unhealthy, but it is not what it was in
somebody on the panel mute. I hear your
and it is
feedback.
not what it is in Philadelphia right now, which has taken over the crown for worst air quality anywhere in the West.
Philadelphia still has that orangey. I heard somebody describe it as a nicotine haze because it almost feels like everyone's smoking. You know what I mean? And Philly definitely, it feels like it's hitting Philly hard today.
Yeah, and so basically what's happening is you're getting the wind now. Instead of coming straight out of the north, it's coming out of the northwest. So you're starting to see all of the smoke that's coming down from Pittsburgh and Detroit down into the mid-Atlantic. And so the places that I'm most concerned about, Washington, D.C. this afternoon, and then the Philadelphia, Delaware Valley. That area looks to be getting it worse. The good news is I think Boston actually is going to maybe clear out a little bit. Here's our model projections. This is noon and 6 p.m. So, again, I want to point out the places where things look to be the worst. Washington, D.C., back towards Culpeper and west into Virginia. And again, portions of South Jersey. But look at this clearing from I-84 on north. You're suddenly starting to get a lot better. Also, Western New York, Buffalo, which was hammered yesterday, they kind of lost the mantle to New York, and that's why they didn't get talked about. But another really brutal midday there. And then as we get into the afternoon, take a look at this here. You've got some really bad air in D.C. That's probably up into the 300 or 350 AQI potentially. Again, no relief in the Buffalo area, though it looks like it's shifting down towards Erie potentially, and then Detroit and on up towards Port Huron. That's another area to watch. And again, I-90, the Mass Pike and north, things look a lot better. And then let me take you through to Friday. This is the big change, Anne-Marie, is we're starting to see this clearing. Look at that. If you choose to go up to Vermont, I mean, there is no smoke there whatsoever.
Yeah.
We do have another band that's going to be making its way along the I-78 corridor, so potentially Harrisburg up to the New York City metro area, and D.C. stays bad the whole time. And then as we get into midday Friday, again, more clearing. You're seeing this big open area in upstate New York. They finally get relief, Anne-Marie. But again, this area from Charleston, West Virginia, all the way into the nation's capital, another really rough day. We'll get some showers.
That's good,
on
right?
your Friday. That's good. That'll mix some things out in the air. And then the other big change is the wind direction. By the time you get to Sunday, look at this. This is such good news. I don't think I've ever been more happy to see a southerly flow on this map, but a southerly flow means a totally different air regime.
Good.
And that means we're going to mix out the smoke finally by the time we get to the end of the weekend.
Just in time for the work week. That's not what we want to say. We want to say just in time for the weekend. But
okay, well, I just thought it was interesting that and I thought this video was going to show the how the New York skyline was really like red, but all right, Sean, get ready because you see Friday Ohio's getting hit again. Ohio, Indiana, what's that up there? Ain't that Michigan up there if I'm not mistaken? Yeah, so child, it ain't done. So I don't know, nephew knew why if you saw that. Let me come back. So there you have it. That's what's going on. Let me bring them back on because I think they got muted. Yep. I think, yeah. Okay, I'm finna bring y'all, unmute y'all. I don't know why Zoom does that.
Mic check.
Yep, we're here. I'm here. I can hear you.
Andy, I'm in that Vermont area, you would say, because we aren't getting anything. So that's what's happening around us. And what I could see is that it's a cyclone. So whatever is controlling this weather is in that central area, because it doesn't make sense how the smoke is rotating in that fashion. Like, what would cause that the atmosphere to do that?
Wow. So you're in the area that's not getting it because
we're in that void.
Wow.
So
that's crazy.
To see it on the map is it is crazy because look how much it's affecting you guys, and the average Canadian lives in that area. So if they were going to do something, it would be those people, or who's going to complain would be the Torontonians, it would say. None of them are being affected to it. To us, it doesn't even exist. Like even I drove past the airport, the Toronto airport, and there's a big we call it LGBT flag replacing the Canadian flag. So the mindset of the individuals in that area is not on your fire, and how it's completely that void is happening, which means it has to be controlled. Because what is causing it to rotate like that? Don't matter. Yeah, that doesn't make sense at all. Doesn't make sense at all.
Well, I'm so glad. I was hoping that you were able to come on, because I'm like, I'm gonna have to ask nephew how's it's impacting them in Canada. Yeah, and so y'all breathing well,
going about life like
able to go out, walk and all of that, and we down here choking.
Yeah, so y'all being purposely choked out. If there was a war going on, I would say this is another missile being dropped on you, another smoke bomb that you guys just got hit with.
Do they even talk about the fires on the news there?
Again, if it was as major as it is, we would hear about it completely. I've heard about it, like someone's talked about it to me, but it hasn't been anything of real conversation to anyone. So it's on the news, but because it's not affecting us, it's just, hey, look what's happening in America.
Wow. Okay, hold on. Let me show y'all.
Yeah, that's a big voice.
Yeah, Nisi Poo just sent me the picture. Hold on, with the red New York skyline. So I'm fencing to bring that up.
Yeah, you're all under attack.
Yeah, this is just ridiculous. Let me see who. Okay, because YouTube love to strike something.
And remember, it was just a couple weeks ago. We had the fires from the train track fire. So it's like this is just a repeat of what's
consistent. Exactly, because in Ohio we had that toxic train crash, this, that, and the third.
Right.
Child. Okay, so thanks.
Pay attention.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
So they need to pay attention to the water, just because they ain't catching that smoke and stuff. Water runoff. Don't tell them how the fires got started, what type of chemicals is in those plumes.
What they're using to put it out, quote unquote.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And
right.
That's going into the waterways.
Exactly.
And into the ground.
Right. All right.
I'm looking at the picture right now. That's very eerie.
Yeah, you see this?
You wake up in the morning and you see that, you're like,
yeah. And the comedian Sherry Shepherd, she's so silly. She was like, I thought the Lord had come back.
That's what I
mean. She was like, yeah, and I was confessing my sins, this, that, and the third.
This was the perfect time for aliens to show up.
Yeah, it really was. She had me rolling, and she was like, then when I got confirmation that it was just the fires, I went on ahead and kept doing what I normally do. So she was like, I thought it was the apocalypse. So yeah, so let's just play this real quick.
On my behalf, I'm going to say sorry.
You didn't do it, but I think that's messed up, though. Y'all up there like, tra la 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 la. And we down.
Suffocate. Put your mask back on, everything.
Because they said the air is so bad, nephew, that it's equivalent in New York to smoking, like, I think they said 4 or 5 packs of cigarettes in one day.
And they can use this for their whole global agenda, carbon this and carbon that.
So let's play this and see what's going on. So this is from Forbes breaking news.
Jeez.
Let's see. Okay, so somebody gonna have to mute up on the panel. How come this isn't playing? Oh, this just drone footage. Okay. All right, so it's no what's her face to it. Okay, So let me just blow it up so y'all can see. Yeah, this was literally New York's skyline yesterday, fam. Literally. That's messed up. And so now nephew is telling me they not up in Canada choking. We choking. Okay. And particularly east. Those of us in the east are getting slammed with it. Okay. So I'm not going to play the whole 3 minutes because I think y'all get the gist of how thick this was. So this is messed up. So this is drone footage from New York. Due to the Canadian fires. So there you have it, fam. Thanks, Nisi Poo. Thanks for sending me this. I truly, truly appreciate it. There you have it, fam. It is what it is. So before we move into the main topic, nephew, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery for the fam. Uh-oh, damn it. I gotta unmute y'all. Zoom, why do you keep doing that? Okay, you should be good now.
For today, going on with the fuckery, I really don't have anything major other than just self-accountability, once again, that I think we should really harp on. A lot of the situations that we're in is because people want someone else to be responsible, the government, Jesus. And if we are not looking to take responsibility for self, we're just going to repeat the same lines, the same things, or be comfortable with what they give us. And that's what I'm coming to realizing. They want you to be comfortable. So you see the skyline. They want you to just think that as normal, when we know we should be seeing that as an attack and having our mindset to start acting accordingly. But if we just take it as the government's going to come save us, the government's going to come save us, they're literally going to walk you into the fire. But overall, is just the laws that we're looking at. I'm coming to realize myself, they're truth. If we don't operate within those laws, we are putting ourselves in a position to receive negativity or to receive something we don't really want, which is going to put us offline. We're talking about timelines. What I've also come to realize is every decision we make is literally a timeline opportunity. Because let's say if I was supposed to go down the road and I make a left, that's the timeline that I made to go left. So I'll live out that reality. But I could also have made a right, and I could have lived out that reality. So we have the ability to, as you say, quote unquote, jump timelines by doing what we're supposed to have been doing. If we're a couch potato, then you're going to live out that timeline of being a couch potato. But you can easily jump a timeline and head to the gym and become a strapping individual. So it's based on what you really want in the potential in your life, because you have that control to play either timeline. If you want to be a famous person, you can work yourself into that position, and with time, for persistence, that will manifest. It may not happen tomorrow, but it will if you want that timeline. So just shout out to Truth Uncompromised and you and Taronda for bringing this information forward. Thank you.
Indeed, nephew. And thank you for sharing the Canada stuff. So this is a first-hand account. I mean,
I can send you a picture if you want. Like we're like here, clear skies. I was gardening. I was gardening today, Auntie. I'm sorry. I was in the gardening. I put some fresh tomatoes in the garden for my neighbor. We had sun. It was the day before. It was very hot and sunny to the point where I had to double water the garden. And today was just an overcast day. So I'm sorry you guys are going through what you're going through, but we don't know.
It's not you all's fault. Nisi Poo said, according to CBS, there are more than 100 fires burning across the Canadian border in Quebec and Ottawa, with over 9.3 million acres charred.
This goes into their carbon tax, because once again, if I look at it this way, if we're trying to fight carbon and the carbon's the issue, blah blah blah, why aren't we planting more trees?
Right, because that would solve that, right?
Right. Yeah. But then look what they're doing. They're burning them by the acreage. So you can see the terraforming within the mindset.
It's terraforming. Absolutely. I 1000%.
And then to see this right on the border of United States and America, and then to see the jet stream working in the way it's really working. Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, this is crazy because, like I said last week, we're literally witnessing a reset, and most people are asleep. So we're gonna get into the regular lecture. Let's get to it because I know we just spent 2 hours. So hold on, fam. Let me bring this up. Yes, sir.
They burning down indigenous resources. They taking the indigenous life. They also covering up a bunch of their crimes. That's what I believe.
Mm-hmm. Before I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Because what kind of distraction is that actually? I mean, I get it as far as for the whole air thing, this, that, or the other, but why sit up and scorch over 9 million acres of land?
Yep.
And it doesn't seem like they're doing anything about it.
No, I mean, why would they?
I know.
They've already said in movies, literature, everything. They'll tear this motherfucker up before they give it back to us.
Yep.
Yeah.
But to be honest, it is being torn up. It's already being torn up because the land is sick. And that's what happened. You know, okay, this just a quick analogy. For homeowners treat their homes different than if you were a renter. If you've ever owned a home and you rented it out, you'll know what I'm talking about. Okay? We are supposed to be the caretakers of the land. The land is sick. It's literally sick.
Poison.
Absolutely. So, I'm sorry, go ahead, nephew.
I just want to, on the other side of the world, we're having a fire on this side of the world. And on the other side of the world, Russia and I forgot that other place, Kiev, is flooded. Somebody blew up a dam and
Nisi Poo was talking about that. Yeah.
Right. To me, it's like left and right paradigm, because on one side you have a major fire you can't put out, and on the other side you're being flooded out. It's like, what? How can two major disasters of that nature happen at the exact same time?
Right. Let me unmute Sis Sandra. Hold on, fam. Let me do this right quick. Yeah, and that's why I say it's terraforming.
Yeah.
All right, sis.
If you look at it from the board.
Let me know. Okay, there you go, sis. Okay.
If you look at it from the board of a board game, you would realize that they're playing one card on this side, one card on this side, and they're kind of playing people against each other. If you look at it,
they did it in California.
Yeah, I ain't forget. I ain't forget. I said I ain't forget. Absolutely.
Ash was all in the sky. The clouds were red. The sky was red. It's
right.
them. They take these drones and the drones start the fire, or the utility company.
Allegedly and supposedly. They stay on my ass.
Allegedly and supposedly, I've seen a alleged light beam allegedly from a sky allegedly hits the ground. Allegedly. Right? So I'm just saying, I don't see it. I don't see those fires. Okay, I start fires on a regular basis, and the amount of effort it takes for me to start a little bushfire, a little fire on like a campfire. It's not hard, but you have to put effort into it.
Yeah.
So to have a fire of that scale, of different fires, it's as if someone literally put a lighter, started here, and you have to have the intensity of that fire be great enough to cause the rest of the environment to dry out.
Exactly.
Because if you ever have wood that's wet, it'll take a while for your little fire to get started.
A while.
You have to dry it out. Right.
Shit,
so
those
wood,
that have fireplaces, you know that. Shit, I know I always have to use that the quick start thingamajig. So I'm sorry, go ahead, nephew.
No, that's what I mean. It's just it has to be allegedly something else causing these things to happen. It's not nature causing herself to naturally combust.
You know, they did
it
area. They did it in the rainforest, and it was 2,000 fires a day.
Right.
So you know they doing stuff allegedly.
Yeah, because I mean, again, this is in my opinion, this is reset, fam. It's reset / terraforming.
It's just that we're now able to see it happen in real time. Because before we didn't have technology where you wouldn't know there was something going on in Canada to be, why is this fire happening?
Right. So,
all you got to do is look at the past, how, like, with the mud flood thing.
Right.
How all these old structures caught fire everywhere around the world. This mysterious type of fire that can burn through stone, metal,
a whole brick house.
Come on, Tim, talk about it now.
And then the vegetation around it is still okay. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, and the stories that they tell, they built that building. And I mean, mind you, they can't rebuild that stuff today. They built that building in, a couple years, and then a couple of years later they tore it down. Make it make sense. That don't even make sense.
And then to see the detail and ornamentation, like
exactly, the math ain't mathing.
But see, also, all that was during the so-called cowboy and Indian days too.
Right.
I mean,
somebody lying about something.
Yeah, because for everybody to think that we were just all quote unquote Indians, and we know that quote unquote cowboys were melanated as well.
Exactly. All of that part.
We know that some of the brightest minds, greatest scientific minds, etc., were melanated.
Mm-hmm.
We know that the people who built these structures that's been around forever, free energy devices, etc., was built by melanated people.
Right.
So we all just can't be Indians, so to speak.
Agreed.
But people just want to claim the same things. There's too many. There was literally thousands of tribes, and we only keep hearing people claim to be of a certain few tribes.
Right.
Some of y'all disrespecting your ancestors because you ain't looked deep enough or hard enough to find out who you actually are.
I totally agree. Because when I'm sorry, Brother Sean, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
It's just that you've signed on to agreements. You tracking things back to as far as for agreements and treaties and this, that, and the other, all things that are not going to be honored in any way, shape, or form.
Mm-hmm. I agree on
that. You stick to the narrative that they give you in order to be this political person, because I hear people talk about, well, using this term is the only way that they recognize you in law, etc.
Make my nerves bad.
There you go, seeking recognition
in their system.
Being who you are isn't enough. That's what you got to do. You got to stop being their characters and be who the fuck you say
Absolutely.
you are. If we got this relationship with Mama and we the healers, we the only ones that could take care of her, like they put in writing in the A drip, undrip, all that shit.
Oh, good.
It's time to be about it.
Right.
It's a reset. You see what the fuck they doing. They're constantly attacking Mama, this, that, or the other. And what the fuck y'all doing? Debating?
Reparations.
That's still a goddamn debate.
Yeah.
That's true.
Because all they doing is going in front of a motherfucker and giving their reasons why they think that they should give reparations.
Yep.
And the whole time these motherfuckers are looking at them like you don't have a goddamn legal leg to stand
on. Exactly. Exactly.
So, I mean, until you stop and actually be who the fuck you say you are.
That's right.
By doing what the fuck you supposed to do. Being who you are don't require you talking to a motherfucker you see, oh, I'm from this tribe and this, that, the other, and this, that, the other, it's my people's, this, that, the other. What the fuck that mean? That don't mean shit to a motherfucker who don't understand nothing that the fuck you talking about.
Right.
Don't mean a goddamn thing to a motherfucker because saying you all that means what? What does that make you be able to do? I keep asking, what does it mean to be an Indian? Motherfuckers running around saying we American Indians, this, that, and may very well be true. But what the fuck does that mean? What is your responsibilities that go along with that title? What are you doing to put fear in the motherfucker?
Or increasing their vibration, that part.
Exactly.
I mean, just saying that ain't bringing you no motherfucking respect. If there was any time that the American Indian was respected, we ain't arrived back to that yet.
No.
Because we ain't put in that type of work.
Right.
The type of respect that you want begins with you respecting your motherfucking self.
Respect yourself. You gotta be you and only you, babe. Respect yourself. Let me be me. I'm sorry, continue, Brother Sean. That part.
In order to respect your ancestors, you have to respect yourself. Because every last one of your ancestors were in you. And if you feel as though that you've gotten this call to be the one to break the generational curse, then you're letting your ancestors down. Because you ain't doing what the fuck you supposed to be. You ain't being who the fuck you supposed to be. They are within you, constantly looking outside of you for them. When they're within you, knowing who they are and being able to tap into any given energy is part of the reason you know who your ancestors were. You know which warrior spirits to tap into. You know what nurturing spirit to tap into. You know which ones were the healers and which spirit to tap into for that. Spirituality has everything to do with who we are as beings.
Absolutely.
There's no aspect of that that can be overlooked. Ain't shit about to happen without the spiritual aspect of it. All these physical contracts that people worried about when you ain't honored your spiritual contract. That's why you get the manifestation of this bullshit physically.
Yeah. Come on with it now.
And the ancestors did speak of flying saucers and people from other dimensions and other worlds. So to ignore that is a self-detriment too, because you might be clinging to a tribe that actually set up and said they from someplace else. But claiming to be indigenous when it's impossible to be both.
So you ain't even from Earth. That's basically what you say. What you saying?
That's what their ancestors said.
That's what the Dogon said from Africa, but you know.
But you know, that's on them. I mean,
right.
All I can say is find out who you are.
Absolutely.
Remember what your purpose is, and be about that. Because if you ain't about your purpose, you down here on some fuckery.
Yep, on some bullshit at the end of the day. And well, we can really get into the lecture. And you really playing a character, to be honest.
You're on the board?
Yeah, and you're on the board. Absolutely. That's a good one. Because to play a character means you're on the board, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we fenced into getting into the lecture. So I'm sorry, y'all. I know the news and stuff went a little longer. I apologize up in advance.
Breaking news, niggas. Breaking news.
Yeah, but we had to talk about these fires. I'm glad nephew was here to clear it up. Okay, so this is universal codes and symbols. So I'm not going to go back through this stuff. You're going to have to go through, pull up some of the older shows in this particular series to get this stuff that I'm going through on these slides. Okay, because, you know, I expect it to be a little bit more. Okay. All right, so we got into frequency, all of that jazz. I'm just trying to go through this. Okay, so where we left off last week, shout out to Brother Martin Kenney from the UK, all right, for his cosmic egg stuff. All right. I am going to stop here. I want to talk about this because nephew brought up timelines. We talked about these Akashic records. And again, just as a reminder, as we talked about Akashic records, these are the spiritual records. So just like we were talking about genealogy, think of Akashic records as the spiritual records of the planet. Okay. And I told y'all last week that the Christians, that you all talk about the book of life, that's really the Akashic records. All right. So Akashic records in occultism, it's pictorial records or memories of all events, actions, thoughts, and feelings that have occurred since the beginning of time. They are said to be imprinted on Akasa, the astrolite, which is described by spiritualists as fluid ether, existing beyond the range of human senses. The Akashic records are reputedly accessible to certain select individuals. And I'm telling you now, I'm going to stop reading it now because I shouldn't have even copied that bullshit and pasted it in there. Everyone can access their Akashic records. You don't need anybody else to put you under hypnosis to do that. Okay? You have everything that you need. And I'm not saying that there's nothing wrong with that if that's what you want to do. Don't get me wrong. Okay? But me, just how I roll, I'd rather go get it myself. Because I don't need nobody sitting up. They may see something wrong. They may not interpret my records properly. So I need to go get my own stuff. Okay? You can do it yourself. All right? So, and the only way you can get to that point, it is spiritual. And that's why we're telling you that at the end of the day, all of this physical world / 3D, still a matrix. Okay? You are an eternal soul having a physical experience. So in order to get to this level of information because everything happens on the spiritual side first.
Facts.
Everything happens, even you incarnating here on what we call Earth, having this 3D experience. Your soul existed before you passed through your mom's birth canal.
Mm-hmm.
So in order to tap into this spiritual stuff, this astral light that they talk about here, this astral light that exists beyond the range of the human senses, you can only get that through your spiritual energy connection. Okay.
Intuition.
Yep. Intuition is spiritual. Okay. Intuition is very, very much spiritual. And we have forgotten that we are souls.
Having a physical experience.
Having a physical experience. We're so much in tune with the character of your physical avatar that we get lost and forget that's not who we are. You're just using that to have this physical experience in the 3D. The true you, or what they say your authentic self, you're a soul. So you're only going to access this information at the soul level, i.e., your higher self.
Yeah, that's the writer.
So when we talk about knowing thyself, when we talk about operating in different frequencies, your lower frequencies, your higher frequencies, this is why these things are important. Okay. So anything that you could possibly want to know on your journey, the Akashic records, anything you want to know on your journey as a soul in this particular 3D realm, across timelines, as nephew was saying, the Akashic records, you can tap into it and get past, present, although, hopefully you know what's going on in the present, and even future. Okay? You are able to do this. Okay? But you're only going to be able to do this through your higher self. Okay? Now, the alternative is to, if you want to trust a medium to do it for you, to put you under hypnosis, to get to your subconscious level, to get to that higher self, you can certainly do that. Okay, but I am telling you, you can do this yourself as well. Okay. All right. We talked about the wandering souls. I'm not going to go through this again, but this is just another example of going to different astral planes / dimensions where your particular soul / astral body can also travel and have different experiences. It can be a training ground. It can be meeting up with other souls, meeting family members, ancestors rather, meeting your soul family. And then some people get lost because their soul is so at rest for whatever reason it may be. I can't say why they're lost because each individual have their own individual experience. that that their soul is just wandering, okay? And they depicted that very well in the Disney movie called Soul, okay? Where the character Joe was on the astral plane and he literally saw lost or wandering souls, okay? All right, so we're going to get past that. So last week, shout out to Sis Sandra. We talked about past lives, reincarnation, incarnation. Now, I know y'all heard and Sis Sandra shared her particular story of her near-death experience, this, that, and the third. And she said she was in the room. What you say, sis? Are you unmuted? Where the Lord was involved. Well, not the Lord per se, but she winded up in a place where folks, because she was clinically dead, okay? She had an out-of-body experience. She winded up in the place where it was people sitting there waiting on the Lord. Okay, let me unmute you. I don't know why they keep, Zoom is getting on my mother effing nerves tonight. Let me unmute y'all again. I don't know what's going on.
Thank you.
I've been trying. Just explain again, because I don't want to tell your story. Shit, you here, you can tell your own story.
Well, I was overdosed by the anesthetic.
Damn.
I had propofol, like Michael Jackson. I understand they ran a code, and I didn't survive. And my heart was swollen to its maximum capacity. My lungs were swollen to this maximum capacity. They couldn't beat anymore. And I didn't go through the code successfully. They put me over in a corner and left me there. Mm-hmm. And then I was laying on this gurney and I heard, well, I didn't know at the time it was a gurney, but I heard two guys come into the room and they said, "Is she breathing?"
Uh-oh, sis, are you there?
And one said, breathe. Huh?
Okay, there you
Did
go.
They cut me off?
You kind of went out a little bit, but you back.
Is she breathing?
Yeah, we heard. Is she breathing?
Oh,
yeah.
She breathing? Breathe. And
Nope, you cut now. Damn, you was doing so good.
Breathe, Auntie, breathe.
I know, sis.
Recovery.
All right, you going in and out. Did you switch devices or something? Because you was doing so good.
No, I didn't switch yet. I haven't switched the.
Okay,
I haven't.
You back to being messed with. You're choppy now. You're choppy and you're dropping. All right, sis. Okay, so nonetheless, sis shared her story of where she was pretty much ran up out of where the people was waiting on the Lord because she was told you're not supposed to be here. So she got kicked out and she had to come on back to Earth. Okay, and then she, of course, she's here today. So what I am telling you all, your past lives, and more than likely, now I can't say this for everybody. This is why you have to do your necessary soul work to determine what your journey has been on Earth. Okay, is this a one-time thing for you? Has it been multiple times? Whatever the case may be, you have to do that work. Okay, but what I am telling you, you can definitely get these answers through the Akashic records. Okay, I'm not telling you something based on information that I found. Okay, I'm just telling you on something that I've been experiencing over the past month. You can literally get that information, and you will get confirmation as you're getting that information of what happened. And it's so deep, fam, just like they say. Let me go back up here. God damn it. Or is it up here? just like they say, it's pictorial records. Trust and believe when I tell you, you're going to get that picture of those memories. Okay. All right. So shout out to my sis. I was just talked to her earlier today and was sharing something with her. And we was both boo fucking hooing. Okay. I was giving her a take on something that I found out on a past live on we was both fucking boo-hooing. And because I literally, it was no questions about it, okay? I literally saw what shook down and the shit made sense, okay? All right. So I'm sorry, sis, did you have anything else before we move on?
Yeah, my tongue was so swollen. My face was so swollen. I couldn't even talk. A rigor mortis had kind of set in. And so, but like I said, 2 weeks or so prior to the incident, I had a dream. And it's a kind of a lengthy dream, but I had died. And I went up. I didn't go down. I went up and I crossed over a river on this bridge, old rickety bridge, into a old rickety cabin type thing. And there was a man there. And he was sitting at the desk and he had a book. And I looked at him and I said to him, which I didn't speak, but I, telepathically, I don't know why I do that. What book is that? He said, your name is not here. You're not supposed to be here. I said, well, who is that? He said, these are those that are waiting for Jesus, and Jesus will never come.
Wow.
Child, did them people hear him say that? Because he would have got swung on.
No, it was a private interview.
Oh, it was a private girl. Shut up.
It was a private interview. Because outside of that place was a river, a bridge, and land.
Oh, you remember really well, sis.
Yeah.
You were at the crossroads.
Yeah, and I had come up from the ground, and a snake was in a cleft of the rock, and it tried to bite me, and I ducked back, and then I went up and up and up until I came to the top of this ridge somewhere. And that's when I saw the bridge, and I saw the rickety old building, and it was all in color. It wasn't.
Oh,
it wasn't,
of course. Yep.
Yep.
It usually is. Mm-hmm.
It was all in color, and see, that was before the death. So, but and the snake, tried to
because the Akashic records are in color, by the way, color and motherfucking video. But continue,
it's
sis.
like a video. It's really like a video.
Yep.
You could tell it's you. You could tell why you died. You could tell where you're at. I didn't get a bright light. I didn't see anybody out there at all. But the place where I was is where they kept the souls, or the people that were expecting Jesus.
Right, that had made their agreement with that particular program. And I'm sorry, faith.
And I don't know if they were going to be. I don't know if they were going to be recycled or what. But he said they'll spend eternity there, waiting for Jesus, and Jesus is never coming. So I was like, okie dokie. I didn't know what it meant at that time, and I went. I had a few weeks, or days to go over it and try to figure out where did I go that he didn't take me. And then went.
Oh shit! There you go again. All right, sis, you trying? All right, Brother Sean, you on before I get into this? Because y'all know I be into it, and y'all be texting me, and I be stuck going. Y'all was probably be like, I've been trying to get on for 45 minutes. Okay, I heard your laugh. So, sis Sandra, you just gonna have to drop in the chat, okay? Because I don't be seeing on my phone all the time. So drop in the chat if you back up on mute. Because they keep cutting you off. All right, fam. So here we go. We finna get it cracking. I've been waiting to get to this Earth's Soul School. All right. So before I get into this, we're gonna talk about this is just my little and the picture that you're seeing. This was from the Disney movie Soul. Telling y'all, go on and rent it, whatever the case may be. Go on and spend a little change. If you don't have Disney Plus, either rent the movie or do a trial, whatever the case may be. It is well worth it because it has so many gems in it. I was surprised, but I should not have been surprised because it's Disney. They're always dropping spirituality / occultism in their stuff. Okay. So that what you see is a soul. Okay. So they're depicting the soul as, you see how they're depicting the soul right there. And they're in school getting prepped to go to Earth. Okay. So I just said, you are responsible for your spiritual journey. No man, woman, deity, religion, or ideology will fulfill your spiritual journey. You are equipped to complete the journey you agreed to. Now, I know some people, they have a hard time when I talk about, you signed up for this, right? And some people, depending on where they are in their spiritual journey, they may get upset with that. I couldn't have possibly signed up for this XYZ because I wouldn't have signed up to go through 4, 5, and 6. Sorry you feel that way, but you agreed to this because you are an eternal soul having a physical experience. So you were before there was an earth. You were. You made the decision as a soul to have this experience. And you drew up a contract on the things that you wanted to not only experience, but accomplish for the sake of expanding your soul consciousness. All right. So your actions / behavior in this realm create your reality. And you can choose to change, alter, or create new actions / behaviors, which will create a new reality. So when I talk about create the world you want to live in, that's literally what I mean. You have everything in you to shape your environment around you, to literally change your reality. Okay? You can do that, of course, through consciously. You have to do it. Starts with your consciousness. All right. And through your consciousness and your actions and your behavior, that's what brings forth the physical creation. Okay. You are a soul having a physical experience. You are all powerful. You are worth to live in this realm in love, peace, and happiness. Go create the world you want to live in. All right. So that's my disclaimer. So I have a little ditty here on hold on, fam. On let me pull it up. On Earth School. Let me see. Cause I've been trying to get to that for the longest. So let me try to bring up. I don't even remember fam what was on this. So let me just try to bring up this article real quick. Let's see what it's talking about. Yep. Okay, I think this is what I remember. Here we go. Before I go into it, anybody have any comments?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
People don't realize that you also chose the vessel that you would come here in. Your parents,
mm-hmm.
Everything. Every aspect of this, you chose. You consented to.
Agreed.
But you also enter and understood that as a creator, you could bring about the changes that were just mentioned as far as for creating the reality that you want. Contracts are renegotiated and
come on with it now.
And altered all the time. Don't think that you have to stick in a contract that's fucked up. If you've learned the lesson that you originally agreed to, then you should know how to nullify that contract and move beyond it because you've learned your lesson. Obviously, there are lessons that you still refuse to learn about exactly who and what you are and what your real purpose is. Now, you could choose to stay in certain roles, or you can create better roles. I mean, either way, we're here for the human experience, whether it's on the astral realm or this 3D physical realm. This doesn't have to be the hell that it has become. You continue to agree to and consent to certain shit. Just know that on these higher dimensional realms, you're not going to experience the shit you experience here. So thinking that you're going to be able to go to the 5th dimension and have all this and have all that, no, that's still based on 3-dimensional shit. Physical shit is no longer going to exist. It can't exist from a frequency standpoint of view. So enter and understand what it is that.
Uh-oh, Brother Sean, you there? God doggone it, Zoom. Let me look. Ain't it made my nerves bad? Okay, nope. All right, that's on you, Brother Sean. You unmuted.
No, that was me.
Okay, dig, Brother Sean. If you was talking, baby, we ain't heard none of that. You done just blanked out and everything.
For real?
Yeah, that's. I had to bring up the little Zoomy thingamajig because I thought you had got muted. Because I ain't gonna lie, I'm stuck on back on the part, and it was such an excellent point. Because Sis Divinity, shout out to Sis Divinity. She my witness when I was talking about soul contract renegotiations. She's my witness. I swear to you, I was just talking about that. And you were saying, if people, you have that right, if you've learned your lesson, is that and the third, and you don't want to be in an effed up situation anymore, that you can renegotiate your contract. So, and then you started, for whatever reason, we couldn't hear you.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty then. I'll leave it at that then.
Okay, damn. Okay, that was good. Damn on it, damn. All right, well, if you remember what else you were saying. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
You know, one of the things I said once that you can tell you can die if you want to. And I remember on that hospital table in the OR that the IV was running too fast. And I tried to rip it out because I knew this dude was trying to do me harm.
Mm-hmm.
And I refused to die. I said, no, I'm not dying. And so I couldn't get it out. One grabbed my left arm, and he grabbed the right arm, the anesthesiologist, to keep me from pulling out the IV. Well, I'm a nurse. I know what he was doing. And so I said, oh, too late. And I succumbed to the stuff. But this is why I said you can go on if you want to. But I refused to go, because I knew that I would leave unfinished business with someone and they would hurt more if I was gone. So I didn't want to go.
But see, that's part of the trick, though. The thing is, let's take a game, for instance, or even a movie script.
Woo! Yeah, go ahead, Brother Sean.
The program is already written out.
Mm-hmm.
We're just experiencing it. Everything that could possibly happen has already happened. It's just a matter of what frequency you're tapping into, or which Akashic records you're going into.
Yep.
Everything exists simultaneously. As long as you have people tapping into or tuning into the Akashic records of events and are bringing it back and getting other people to feed energy into it, is existing in the present moment, even though it was a past event.
Come on
Same
with it now.
If somebody brings something from a future event and bring it to people, and we put our energy into it, it's happening right now. Everything is happening simultaneously. I mean, till we fully realize that there is nothing new under the sun, whether you're talking about the past, present, or the future. Mm-hmm. These are events that have already happened. These are experiences that have been documented. That's why everybody can go through similar experiences or tap into other people's experiences. Thus, the whole phenomenon of reincarnation and having had a different life. You just tapped into some records that was already there. You aligned with that frequency, so that's the experience you were able to tap into. It's all programming. I digress.
Damn, Brother Sean. Now, come on now. You... I'm just going to keep it at that. You said what you said, but... The shit is so deep that... That's why I started to say there are no victims. Okay? Because this is an agreed upon matrix. And I told y'all it's a computer program. Okay? So whom, I don't know which one it is, if it's who or whom, whatever. Charge it to the game, I'm country. Who do you think programmed this? Do you think one person / deity programmed it? Do you think aliens programmed it? Do you think technology programmed it? I'm talking about the 3D realm, what we call Earth. Or do you think you as a soul and your consciousness as a soul, because that's, your consciousness and soul, I mean, it's the same thing basically. Or were you a part as a co-creator and creating this simulation / matrix? That's why I said there are no victims. Okay. All right. So this is what Earth School is about. Okay. Preparing those souls for their incarnation to Earth. All right. Before those magical moments came upon us, and I can't remember what I read through with this, y'all, so bear with me if I have to skip around if I see some BS, okay? Because I've been done had this. I've been waiting weeks to get to this. All right, so before those magic moments came upon us, those intriguing, exciting moments of our first encounter with supernatural, or those terrifying moments of being stripped of every shred of control we thought we had over life, we had a different view of life than we have now. The normal state of living that we all inherit from our upbringings is one of trying to stay afloat. Occasionally, we are floating on a raft in the summer sun, but more likely, we are treading water like hell, exhausted, just wanting the coach to call time out. Okay. The typical inhabitant of this planet observes a myriad of events, seemingly unrelated, seemingly random, uncoordinated, unpredictable, and accidental. Because the next moment or next day is unforeseeable, one must always be on guard. And no matter how good or well trained a person is at playing the odds, life regularly puts booby traps in our path, forcing us to withdraw and regroup or give up and check out. So precarious is our path that the smart ones wear seatbelts and buy insurance. Folks on this planet rarely have the time or the inclination to pursue knowledge of things unrelated to getting ahead, survival, or manipulation of the world around them. Our valued institutions, universities, and corporations that our society pays homage to have no curriculum related to anything impractical such as eternality, or miracles. Sooner or later, however, and apparently unrelated to our normal lives, the universe begins to break through our myopic view of life and starts revealing to us another worldview. Only after thousands, ciao. Only after thousands of lifetimes on this planet, and perhaps more than that in other schools, do we start to perceive a connection between cause and effect. We gain increased awareness that the visible reality isn't the only reality. We come to understand that there are some questions that the intellect simply can't answer, at least in its present state of development. the intuition begins to play a larger part in our decision-making process. Ultimately, it is revealed to every seeker after understanding that Earth is a school. Similar to every other school that we are familiar with, it has teachers and students, a school board, janitors, a PTA, those who repeat the third grade endlessly, until a merciful teacher passes them out of pure compassion, and those who skip grades. It also has graduation. And graduation ceremonies, when we proudly don our caps and gowns and march to the strings of pomps and circumstances into another realm of cosmic reality. Okay, so just real quick before I go on. All right, we just talked about tapping into the Akashic records, reincarnation or incarnation, past lives. So I thought this was interesting that they said thousands of lifetimes. Baby, I only went back 2. And woo, that was a mess.
Auntie.
Yes, nephew.
I was relating to that too when you said thousands of years. That's probably why in this lifetime you're on the quest of saying you're done.
I know I am. Baby, let me tell you something. I'm so done. You let me have to come back up in this motherfucker.
We'll pass it. Don't worry.
I'm coming swinging. I just had this discussion with my sis a couple hours ago. I said, I'm telling you now, sis, if you on the other side and you looking in and you see me coming back to Earth, I'm just going to be swinging fucking folks up. And I know that's going to cause me to do a couple of more incarnations, but so goddamn it be it, because I'm done. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, nephew.
No, I'm just saying that also goes to show where other people are. So when we're looking at others and saying, well, why don't they get it? How come they're so far from the truth? We got to look at them as juvenile.
Yeah.
Recently on this plane of existence, and this may be
their babies in their journey.
They're babies in their journey. And we're coming to our light or our 1000th year or 99th year, and we're saying to ourselves, yeah, we're done.
Yeah.
As you said, the cause and effect, we've gotten to a point within our journey where we have seen the correlation of cause and effect. And now we're ready to, as you say, advance to the next program, advance to the next Earth type, or in their mind.
Or not. Or not. You just may want to just chill. Exactly.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You may not want to go. It's your reality. You can control that destiny. You can stay a flunky, or you can skip grades, as we just heard.
Yeah, like I said, been there, done that, got the T-shirt.
Right.
Not interested. Okay, so I did want to point that out, that they're talking about past lives there, and all of these different roles that people are playing. I think Brother Sean said roles, and I was like characters. I forgot who said what, but nonetheless. Okay. In each succeeding life, after we have crossed the critical point of awakening to the point of never again being completely satisfied with what Earth life has to offer, we are educated more and more in the big picture. Now that's interesting. I thought that's interesting.
It's basically when your animalistic needs have been met.
And which chakra represent the animalistic needs?
The root chakra.
That's the root. That's the root.
Where people stuck on the music, the energy we're currently
exactly. On. It's the fight or flight, flight. But now make no mistake about it. You need it for survival. But that's a hell of a way to. That's where you're stuck at for majority of your incarnation.
Well, it's on purpose. They don't want you to have that inner peace to look elsewhere. So they keep us in that state of fight or flight.
And yeah, I agree to that to a certain extent. They can set up the environment or run a program, and if you tune into that, that's on you.
But look at the fires, for example. As you said, there were some people thinking the apocalypse is upon
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, and when she said that, I was cracking up, baby, because I said, let me tell you something. I would have went right on. What did I have to eat yesterday? No, because I cooked today. Oh, I had a salad yesterday. I would have been with my MFing legs crossed, baby, with the Lord sweeping in, eating my salad. Still. Okay.
See that program though, because if they went live with it, if they went public to say, "Oh, the Lord this is the end of the world," and we went through a whole nother 2020 again, the program or the people that are tuned to that program are ready to run it.
Right, and they could have at it. Like I said, I would have still been sitting there eating my salad.
Perfect time for the Lord to come down. Perfect time.
Right. Right. And did you bring something to add addition to my salad?
Right.
But
some topical greens, you know?
Right. But let's continue. Until one day we can see and totally embrace the usefulness, fairness, and amazing expediency of this earth school. The true masters reach a level of understanding which compassionately understands that although those who rely on the five physical senses for information are certain in the belief that life is filled with harm, injustice, pain, and struggle, there are other senses to see with other interpretations to be made. Okay, so when they talk about the five physical senses, that, what is it? Taste, smell, touch. Shit, I always forget the other two, but nonetheless.
Sight, taste.
Okay, sight. And we always
touch.
Yeah, but now y'all know what we're talking about. Y'all know what we're talking about. So that's the point.
Know what the five senses are, please.
Right. So I think y'all get the gist of what they're saying. But basically, when they talk about the five physical senses, they're really talking about the root chakra, right? Because that's that survival. Okay, that's that survival.
Physical body.
Right. But when you get to, wait a minute, it's got to be more than that. It's got to be more than that. That's when you're moving up your energy chakras and you're getting to your higher self. Okay, so the root chakra, that's considered lower self. All right. And then when you make it to the heart chakra, that's the gateway between higher and lower self. Okay. Now, I'm sorry, go ahead. Yes, nephew.
I was going to say, I almost look at it as the difference between an introvert and an extrovert, where when you're extroverted, you need the outside world to validate your existence. And if it doesn't happen, or if it do happen, that's how you feed off of it. But once you become enlightened, you're more introverted and you more tune into yourself. You're content with what's within you rather than seeking an outside validation.
Oh, that's a very good analogy.
I think it is too.
Yeah.
Because, I think it's like a baby. They come in and they use all their senses. Senses they don't have any business using, like the taste and their hands. They get in a whole lot of trouble because they use their senses. That's all they do is senses.
Yeah.
And when you mature, you're supposed to be able to use your spirit nature, your frequencies,
and I don't think you're giving the babies enough credit. They
pretty good too.
Yeah, because I'm gonna tell you something. The babies are the coldest baby on that spiritual. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to shout out to my little ones. They're the coldest.
The developmental part. I know they have great senses.
Right.
with the spirit.
Yeah.
They have very great senses.
Yeah.
I'm just doing on this,
on the
senses
physical
part.
side, yes, because they're learning.
Yeah.
They're learning.
Yeah, that's the learning part of getting you used to the world that you're in, because you had a spiritual world before.
Right.
Whereas when we get older.
All right, sis, there you go with your internet connection, baby. I can't do it. I can't do it.
Older.
So you going out, sis. So I'm going on with the little article. Okay, so what are we saying? Shit, we said that. Okay, so the true masters reach a level of understanding, which we talked about that. Many years ago, as I was going through one of the many phases of my life, my Buddha phase, I was reading several books on Buddha's life, and one book was a story that really gave me something to chew on. It seems that Buddha had a disciple, a teenage boy who devoutly came to spend a little time with the master each day. One day, the boy's village went to war with a neighboring village. The boy was drafted to defend his home. The battle raged hot and heavy. Dead animals and dead and wounded friends lay around. Blood and death were the order of the day. The disciple became terrified, immobilized with fear. In his desperation, he cried out, "Buddha, save me." Buddha, hearing the plea in his heart, appeared on the edge of the battlefield. Buddha, in all his radiance, began to walk across the war zone. His countenance was of his usual peace and beauty. He arrived at the sight of his friend, a smile on his face, and calm in his being, and he held the boy until his composure returned. In the content of my understanding of the realities of life, I had no choice but to declare Buddha an insensitive, compassionless monster. My understanding said that battles were real, that harm was being done, lives were being lost, and pain was being experienced. If Buddha had at least as much insight as I had, then surely he would have been upset. He certainly would have used his influence as a local authority figure to stop the war, to convince these people that they were going against the will of God, but he didn't. As a matter of fact, he never resisted evil in any form. And surely Jesus wasn't serious when he said, "Resist not evil." As you can guess, it wasn't Buddha who had to learn a lot. It was me. I was ready to be shown what was really going on this planet, not just what to appear to be going on. All right. Why life? Seeing the big picture. Life outside of this school has been going on forever. I don't know about this 15 billion years, all right, but whatever. Universe collapsed on itself, a grain of sand, really the big picture. All right, whatever. We are so used to relying on the five senses to determine what is real that we have forgotten that planet Earth is a classroom.
Damn.
It is just one classroom in a universe which contains millions of classrooms.
It's a university.
University, exactly. All right. The truth is that the Earth is only a small part of even our visible universe, let alone the reality of the invisible universes. When we exist outside the realm of time and space, we are all equal, fully realized, individualized aspects of God, and we all possess an inherent and total comprehension of God and all of God's creation. Okay. That's why I remember when I told y'all the most important slide in this series, if you don't remember nothing else, is this one. Ye are God. This is coming out of the Bible. John chapter 10, verse 34. Jesus answered unto them, is it not written in your law? I said, ye are gods. All right. Damn it. Now that's where I don't remember where the hell I was. God doggone it, there I was. Okay. All right. So, all right, what did we say? When we exist about and God, but it appears that while on this earth, we temporarily at least forget our oneness with God.
Further reset.
Isn't it interesting to notice, though, that we often subtly acknowledge a deep-seated belief that all knowledge lies somewhere within us? How often do we make some references to our higher self or spirit as having the answer we need? And where do we go to find this higher self or spirit? We go within or into the silence. This proves to us that we believe we do possess all the answers. In the meantime, however, in our state of conscious amnesia, we are trying to understand the universe and our place in it. We use every means at our disposal to get a handle on our relationships, our lack of prosperity, and the crisis that seems to be enfolding our planet. To help us build a physiological or metaphysical model which might shed some light on what we see as reality, I shall use parables. One that is very useful to me is one in which I view spiritual growth as being like an elementary school experience. The English language is not a spiritual language. I'm just going to rest that while I get some water. Again, for the slow ones in the back. The English language is not a spiritual language, having been created to foster economic trade and commerce. All right. So shout out to those that practice under the tutelage of Moors, that have that like good knowledge, not that bull crap. Shout out to them. Okay. Because I have met some Moors that's on they shit. You understand me? The metaphysics, they own their game. I've learned a lot from them. But the first time I ever heard that the English language was pretty much a bastardized language and it was really created for trade and commerce, my mouth about dropped. All right. So kudos to the person that wrote this article. They're doing a great job. Therefore, it contains no words to describe the kinds of things that we wish to discuss. If we don't have exact words, we have to use metaphors, letting each person interpret the words in a way that is meaningful to them. So let's play out the school. Yes.
Question, just to back up on your theory of the English language only being used for trade. If people are quoting to themselves to be Indians, and the question is, how did you learn the English language enough to foster a trade with a individual that you met for the first time?
Right. That's a great point.
What is your language? At this point in time, you've never met these individuals. So how did you guys even sign a document in English? Where's your again, I don't think we were writing anything down, but where's our written contract in our language, in our tongue with these individuals? How come it's only in English and we agreed to it? When did they teach us English?
Right. So which lets you know that the official story that's being told, something's not right.
Yeah, they're not doing business with us indigenously. They're dealing with someone else that already had that understanding of commerce.
Exactly. And I just got this connection as we're talking about this. That's why the Akashic records are pictures.
I was about to say that. Yeah.
So you got the same message. Yeah, that's why they're pictures.
It doesn't matter what language you're speaking.
It don't matter what language. Ain't gonna be no misinterpreting a doggone thing, baby. That's why the Akashic records are pictures.
So it's English is the reset, essentially.
Because, child, you ain't finna sit up here and be telling me my past lives and you trying to break the crap down in English.
Right.
And, but the stuff, baby, the stuff happened in Spanish or it was Latin or, child, you just set up and misinterpreted something and I'm scratching my head. It ain't connecting with my frequency. Well, that ain't resonating with me. All inaccurate or wrong. So the planet records or the universe records, actually.
University.
Right, the university records. It's in picture. All right. Pictorial, absolutely. Earth, a fast-track school. When we stop to look at what the earth has to teach, we discover that it is rather elementary. It is rather an elementary school. People are merely trying to learn to feel good about themselves and to love one another. Child, shot fired.
That's all we bout.
Shots fired. Who knows how many grades we go through before we can hold the image of one family per earth. Child, he came out swinging. In the terms of linear time, we are not quite sure how long it takes to complete this earth school because we have not reached. Oh, shit! Child! In terms of linear time, we are not quite sure how long it takes to complete this earth school because we have not yet reached 50% graduation of all the souls that have entered the system.
Come on, dumbasses, let's go.
That's a piss poor ass graduation rate. And see, this is why my nerves is bad. You understand me? Shit.
And Auntie, what's worse, it's not a personal GPA, it's a group GPA, motherfucker.
Right.
Come on. I'm
dumb motherfuckers.
Y'all dumbasses.
we the ones holding shit. We giving y'all that 50% curve.
I know, we're giving you the credit that you don't
I
deserve.
hated that in school with, we're going to grade on the curve. Now, you's a damn lie. I done sat up here and studied and got my little 85, 90, whatever. And now I got to lift the people up with the D minuses and stuff. You's a damn lie.
I know. I brought my project in. I know y'all didn't do your
right.
part. This is me. This is my project.
Exactly. That's why I said my nerves is bad. I'm done with this shit. 50%. Get your shit together. But on average, we can estimate that it takes 100 million years of evolution to graduate. I don't think it takes that long, but all right, whatever the case may
remember,
be.
We're waiting on them. It's not us. Remember, it's a group graduation.
Yeah. Some of us have declared with pride that we are old souls. But when we look at the system as a school, that simply means that we are slow learners. So, bitch, you sitting up here, I'm an old soul. How many times you done flunked Earth school? Shit. That's a great way to put it. Shit, I need to sit my ragla ass down tomorrow. Yeah, I'm an old soul. So, bitch, you saying you're dumb.
How long you been here?
How many many times you done had to repeat Earth? Well, see, what happened was. So that's a new perspective.
Well, Auntie,
Yes,
in light of
nephew.
Auntie Sandra's comment when she said the group of people were in the waiting room waiting for Jesus that's never coming, that's probably a group of people that's going back again.
Yeah, absolutely. Because when they bring up the image of the Lord, your ass coming right on back.
Right.
As you sign that new contract,
In blood.
you coming right on back. Okay? We cannot truly comprehend that this system is just and that it is functioning perfectly until we come to view the planet as a schoolhouse with a grand lesson plan. This school has specially trained teachers and it is following a well-defined schedule. Every person on earth is in a grade which corresponds to their personal level of spiritual understanding. And just as in the public schools of this world, every hour of the school day is planned and structured for the student's learning experience. Actually, yes, nephew.
So what they're really saying is that all the, let's say, the evil bullshit and negativity, the death, the killing, blah blah blah, is intentional for our development because it's all planned and it's a school. So it's, in other words, it's a simulation that we're going through.
Absolutely, that's
so
why.
Even though we're
I'm
seeing
sorry.
this,
Go
all
ahead,
this,
nephew.
even though we're seeing all this depression in the world, we aren't supposed to be a part of it because it's a simulation for those who have to be a part of it. If you're wise enough, you will avoid that class. You would avoid that simulation, essentially.
Exactly. That's why I say there are no victims. All right. Okay, so okay, where did I go? The defined schedule. Just as in public schools of this world, every hour of the school day is planned, structured for the student's learning experience. Actually, as implausible as this may seem, there is no event in any person's life or school day that is random or accidental. I'll just read that again. There is no event in any person's life that is random or accidental. There is time set aside for study, exams, recess, and vacation. There is even a time in our lives for changing from one grade to another because this is a system in which everyone evolves.
Yeah, as a group.
Every entity who has ever entered this earth school has done so for one reason: expediency. This school offers a very rapid path to awakening, usually through the process of pain and struggle. People learn more in 180-year lifetime on earth than they could in 10,000 years in one universe softer, more pleasant school. God damn it, let me tell you something, baby.
Okay. So this is an advanced course in university in the universe, Earth.
So that's a different perspective.
And we chose to come here. So
we chose to come here because they know we didn't want to be fucking around in other realms
forever to get the shit over with.
Right. So we came on over. Okay, well, let's go on to Earth and go on, get this over with. This,
we'll
that, and the third.
5 credits. So if I have to do
right.
5 extra.
Okay, we did the accelerated courses per se.
Exactly.
Okay. So do you all understand why I've been saying that Over here on Truth Uncompromised, this is grad school. I don't fuck around in elementary school.
This is honor roll. Remember, this is just regular school. We could have gone there, but we chose to come to Earth.
Right.
This is like calculus friggin' ×3. Like, damn.
Right. Softness can be an impediment for impatient learners. Okay, I could see me. Yeah, this is me. I'm like, come on now, shit. Get to the point. You done made my nerves bad. What do most people say when everything in their life is working and they feel wonderful? I'll take it from here, God. Everything is under control. I think I'll be a couch potato. When do they ask the universe for help on the other hand?
When it's just falling apart.
When do they say, I think I need to figure out how this system works?
It's not working in their favor.
I need a book on prosperity and one on healing. I want to understand. I want to be a master. And I'm going to add on here, I want to be master of self. The only time most make those requests is when they are hurting. So I'll just pause that. Okay.
I think that's a good point because when you get unselfish, you don't worry about yourself all the time. But when you stay in yourself, you don't get outside of yourself and learn anything because you're always focused on self.
So check out his next line. Do you see how pain can be useful?
Yeah.
Fucked me up. You know how that go. You sitting in pain. You're like, I got. Then, okay, I got to sit, reflect, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. So that's an excellent perspective on, well, why does pain exist on this planet?
Slows you down, too, so you can think.
That's a great point. Certain students still choose to avoid the difficult courses and can spend thousands of lifetimes in the same grade. Now, if that's what you want to do, baby, that hey, who the hell is Rhonda, okay?
No, Auntie, that's true. I know a lot of people, I know individuals in particular that for whatever reason, a lesson that they should have learned years ago, they're still repeating the same actions.
Over and over and over and over and over and over and over again.
And they act brand new and they like, what do you mean? How come?
Right. Like, that they can't pass. Okay?
And now I understand why we're like in some relationships, you're put in a position where you don't have a honor roll student with you. Let's say you have a flunky, is because this situation is built where we're responsible for the lower classes as well. We have to do this as a group. So we can't be all put in a group of A students because then everyone would fail. So we're literally mixed up to bring each other up together. It's
that grading on a curve.
Right.
And we're not even gonna, we got to also factor in soulmates, twin flames. Child. But let's continue. They tell their guidance counselor, okay, I'll take the easy course, but this other one seems a bit too hard. I want something easier with a teacher who won't give me any algebra test, and I don't want any final exams. People request those schedules quite often. Now, child, let me tell you something. He put it, I think he's knocking this off the park, out the park. Because what he's telling you is people don't want to walk through that pain. Remember when we were telling you a couple weeks ago, and specifically last week when we went over, was it last week or the week before? Child, I can't remember. One of them weeks. We talked about demons. And the demons are really just your traumas of your subconscious that you have to go through. And I said, quote, you have to walk through that pain
yourself
in order to resolve those traumas. And what is he saying up in this article? A lot of people or certain students still choose to avoid the difficult courses and spend thousands of lifetimes in the same grade. They want something easier. They don't want to do algebra. They don't want no final exam.
They only do their homework or study.
So how are you going to learn and evolve? And if that's the case, okay, Rhonda, shut up.
Pass the grade. Shit.
I'm like, shut up, Rhonda, because I was going to say basically, what was the point of coming to Earth?
Well, it's the same mindset of kids that go to university, have their parents spend a whole bunch of money, and they just go drink their
go
away.
Drink and bullshit and party. So,
Right.
but you know, I'm gonna get on the ones. If you gonna take the easy way, what the fuck was your purpose of coming to Earth?
They got lost.
Do you understand why I ask? What is your purpose?
That's the experience. They want to be parasites. They want to live off of everybody else.
Take your motherfucking funk ass to the other realm where you got to take so many incarnations, whatever the motherfucking case may be, to get some shit done. I don't understand what's the purpose of coming to Earth if you gon' sit back and take elementary classes over and over and over and over again. Yes, nephew.
That must be Mars. So if Earth is the advanced, let's just say for quote unquote, Mars is the, let's say the special ed class.
Yeah. Because that's exactly what it is. You sitting in special ed, not because you're special needs, not because that.
You underachiever.
You're under motherfucking achiever.
And in reform school.
Mm-hmm.
And then some are so toxic, they get an attitude with others that's like, I'm not for that repeating shit, okay? Because, baby, I said what I said and I did what I did now. That's Rhonda's motto. I'm not finna fuck around and be sitting up here and keep saying the same thing. Did we not discuss that? What you gonna do, player? Goddamn it, what you gonna do? Okay, you still want to keep sitting here? That's fine. That is your right. That's your free will. But Rhonda won't be sitting there with you. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
That's like some people that go to jail and they've been institutionalized for so long that they want to stay in jail.
Yeah. They're comfortable.
Exactly.
It's the same thing. Just like you got some people that are career students, got student loans out the goddamn ass.
Wazoo, right. No career still.
Right. Right, got all these different certificates and degrees and this, that, and the other, and they just keep going to school.
Exactly.
I mean, but that can be looked at in so many ways, and not necessarily with people's position in life. Like with the so-called elites, having control of other people, making other people do work for you instead of the other, you surviving off of the blood, sweat, and tears
of others.
Others. That's why motherfuckers like that have to keep coming back.
I agree.
And as you see, there are those on the opposite side of it. They just want to keep swapping with them. Okay. I'll be the slave this time, and you be the boss.
Right.
And then next incarnation, I'll be the boss, and you be the slave.
Exactly. Perfect example, Brother Sean. That's still being on the board. But when your soul has evolved, you like, fuck that role and fuck that role you just mentioned. And you know what? Fuck this board. How about that? Okay. Now, son, Scotty said trauma bonds. A lot of people get stuck in trauma bonding. And I'm so glad I'm hearing a lot of these terms now. Trauma bonding, toxic behavior. I'm glad these things are coming to the forefront. So that's good news. Because that means there's some souls like this is some straight up bullshit. Shit, I'm ready to move on. Trauma bonding, that's the same way. Your situation fucked up, my situation fucked up. We gonna get together and just keep being in this fucked upness. And neither one of us can progress because we're only bound together by trauma. We didn't come into this union whole. We came into this union with baggage. You could say baggage, or you could say wounds, or you could say demons. But we expect to get wholeness out of brokenness and brokenness. It doesn't fucking work that way. That's trauma bonding. Okay. All right. We also have those impatient. I'm sorry. Where am I at? Yeah. We also have those impatient entities who stand at the gates of this school and say, I'm sorry. This is a nice schedule that you have laid out for me. But it looks like the one that I received last time and that time before that. It almost looks like you Xeroxed it. Did you? I'm sorry, but I don't have the time to do another 10,000 lifetimes. I already got my shit set up. Sis already know.
It's contract.
If she looking through and seeing me come back to motherfucking Earth, I said, sis, just go on and document. Although I know it's going to be in the Akashic records, but you could be firsthand witness. I'm coming in this motherfucker swinging. You understand me? Okay? We're done with this shit. When you done, you done. When your soul is done, it's done. I want to be forced to focus on spirit. And I don't want to get hung up again in money and the house I live in and in judging people. I have done that for so many lifetimes that I have become an expert at it. I become the president of the country club every time. I already know I can do that. Can I please just this one time, if it's all right with you? Ooh, Dad. I ain't saying that. Could I have the C? Could I have a child who has blank? I ain't saying all this. I want to be forced to say, why, God, why? I don't want to drag it out any longer. Is there any way that I could possibly complete this whole curriculum in 3 lifetimes? Oh, shit. Sis, did you catch that? Is there any way that I could possibly complete the whole curriculum in 3 lifetimes?
In other words, just pull it up.
Right. Shit, God damn it, I ain't got it to do. I'll take and they're going through all of the different tragedies. I'll take anything that you want to give me, but please give it to me. I'll even pay you every cent that I have. My friends have all graduated and they are eternally happy. They are riding roller coasters all over the Nirvana system, and I can see them, but I can't get to them. Please give me just a little bit of pain so that I wake up. So in other words, let me go head on and take the advanced courses. I'm not finna sit up here at elementary school repeating 3rd grade and all that, and I'm 22, graduating out of the motherfucking 8th grade. Hell no, bitch, I'm not finna do elementary school. I ain't finna do middle school. I ain't finna do high school. I'm not finna do no 4-year university. I'm finna do
me to Mensa.
Exactly. I'm going to do advanced graduate, goddammit. Here's my thesis for PhD. I'm out of this bitch.
And so what I'm hearing too is that we have to go through trauma to be in that position. If we were left in a state of blissfulness, we would not see.
We would sit on our ass and scratch our ass and chill.
Yeah, couch potato. Yeah.
Be a couch potato. And Brother Sean, did you not talk about couch potatoes earlier? Am I missing something? Did I miss something? I just want to make sure that I hear you right. Yeah. Okay. All right. And would you do me one more favor? When I get down there, would you please drive me to my knees and back me into a corner every time that I forget to seek help from the universe, and every time my vision becomes clouded? This is why it's important for you to check in with your higher self, which you're checking in with your soul to see if you are still on track. Are you getting distracted by bullshit? That's why knowing who you are, what your soul purpose is, that's what matters. Are you doing it with your actions, your behavior? Or are you around here bullshitting yourself, hanging out, you in the bathroom smoking weed when you supposed to have your funk ass in class?
Right.
I would appreciate it so much. When this lifetime is over, I want to know that I have made as much progress as I could have made in all the 5,000 other incarnations put together. I am so tired of playing this game. Because it is a game. Brother Sean told you that. I just kind of paused. Yeah.
Get off the board.
Get off the board. Everyone who enrolls in this school has a contract with the earth prior to their enrollment. Okay? So while you up in earth school, let me just jump to this slide. While you're in earth school, okay, They giving you, what Earth is about. Okay. So you signed up in the university to go to Earth. Okay. This is Earth class. All right. This is the course that you picked. We're going to teach you what goes on in Earth, what that frequency is rocking with. You've selected the advanced course. Earth is the advanced course. Now, depending on your performance, how you perform on this contract, it's based on how, what your experience is going to be like and how you get the results that you said you want. But before you leave up out of this course, this class that we're teaching you on Advanced Earth, you have to write up your contract. Okay? That's one of the requirements to go to Earth. I'm sorry, go ahead, nephew.
No, I'm going to say it's like writing your thesis.
Writing your thesis. Okay? That's an actually great point. So you done wrote your thesis, and so now you're going to Earth to do what? To prove out that thesis. God damn, that was good. That was good, nephew.
Respect.
It says,
yes, sir.
Considering along with the story narrative or the script, there are indigenous caretakers of the school and being responsible for how the program runs, etc.
Interesting.
Etc.
Yep.
So I guess in essence, that would be us making sure that everything down here goes according to plan. And instead of us being about our business, being caretakers and making sure that the school runs the way it's supposed to run, we get to fraternize them with the students and help.
Right. We smoking weed.
With the freshmen.
And they ain't even made it to freshmen's, nephew, because remember, they 20 motherfucking two.
Yeah.
In the eighth grade. Shit.
We in junior high freaking smoking weed with those.
Right. We supposed to be teaching. We're supposed to be teaching. And we with the fuckery with the students. Are you fucking kidding me?
But if there is no such thing as good and bad and light and dark, and you can have any experience you want, and there's highly qualified teachers to teach you every lesson that you chose to go through. To me, that still involves a certain level of sickness, whether you say it's school or not. I mean, I get to thinking about Harry Potter and Hogwarts. And,
I always go to sleep on that shit, but go ahead, Brother Sean. I tried.
I'm just thinking about, like, from the whole thing about it being a school aspect of seeing Japanese programs where in the schools is where you got these powerful children and these powerful demons and this,
the wizards and the witches and
everything like that is like everything is surrounding school and children.
Yeah.
And the most powerful beings usually are the children or some old ancient motherfucker that's been around forever. It's one or the other. Or that child is this ancient being from a previous life, this, that, or the other. But either way, it's always involving schools and children. I guess it's been in our face the whole time, and it's just been a matter of what we choose to accept and put our energy into.
Yeah.
And with the children, they come here spirit advanced more than we are.
Absolutely. Agreed.
And what I see is we help facilitate them in giving up their spirituality to become more physical.
Yep.
We're more concerned with them mastering the physical aspect of life.
Absolutely.
But I digress.
No, I think that's an excellent point. So, because remember, when you at this soul level about to come to earth, you done already wrote up. I like that analogy, nephew. You've already wrote up your thesis. So you wrote up your thesis, i.e. your soul contract. You signed on it. And so you incarnate to earth. Okay. Remember, the earth is the advanced school. And you come through as this soul, as what we're calling babies, and you pass through a womb. Okay. That's your portal. You still have that connection to your higher self or your soul on the unseen world. And then you get here and you're pretty much educated to forget all of that. So, which means you have to struggle and navigate through this life to remember what your thesis was. What am I supposed to be here doing? You mean to tell me that my existence is to come here, just pay bills, work, and all the other regular bullshit that we do at the end of the day? That's bullshit that doesn't nourish our soul. We're not getting anything out of it at the end of the day. Okay. All right. So everyone who enrolls in this school has a contract with the earth prior to their enrollment. The fact that they forget which lessons it entailed after they are in a body is irrelevant. We all select our teachers and our time frames and our influences. The events that we choose as our most expedient motivators are not tragic. Drama is a carefully articulated ingredient in its expedient elevation of souls from one level to another. It is only allowed in human lives when those entities specifically request it because of their impatience to move ahead. Drama is not an accident and it is not an error. It does not mean that the universe is unfriendly or that there is no God. It is simply a teaching tool. And incidentally, it is most useful in the lower grades of Earth School. It is not required in the upper grades. Baby, let me tell you one thing. This makes sense to me because I told y'all I don't fucking do drama. I ain't in grade school. I ain't in middle school. I ain't in high school. I ain't even in undergrad. I ain't even in graduate. I don't fuck around with drama. It is literally telling you that drama is on the lower grades of earth. I ain't got it to do. Okay? Do understand that to fully awaken being drama appears to be an abnormality in the universe and an irregularity in the vibration of the normal Christ energy. Okay, so when we talk about Christ energy, remember, we're talking about your higher self, your crown chakra energy. Okay. So all they saying, and we say this, we've been saying this for years. We've been saying it for years. That bullshit / drama, and Sis Sandra just typed it in the chat. That's low vibrational. And it's abnormal. Okay. It doesn't mix with higher vibrations. It just don't. And then he goes into all of these other L's. I'm not going to go into it because of YouTube's algorithm, so you can see what he's saying here. They are not the natural states of being in this universe. Although they can be useful, there comes a time when enough is enough. So in other words, your soul's like, I know you lying. I'm not fencing to do none of that. I'm not finna trauma bond with you. I'm not finna be in no drama. What the fuck is there to be drama about? No, I'm not finna do that with you either. Been there, done that, got the motherfucking t-shirt. Not interested. When your soul, y'all know that term, when you sick and tired of being sick and tired, you do what you need to do to move on, to elevate. This is about soul evolution. Okay? So pay attention, my PhDs. That time I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
Also, soul evolution can go as low as you want to go. You also had that opportunity.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, because it's up to you how long you want to be. If you want to be a career student,
that's
still
true.
Doing the same shit.
In the dorm, eating oodles and noodles.
Some people just want to see how far they can go. They want to push it to the limits, like what was said earlier about want to be pushed down to their knees and made to suffer every time, or however it was worded about her.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so those of us that are saying enough is enough. My personal motto, been there, done that, got the t-shirt. All right? Like my auntie in my head said, Tina Marie, I've been here before. Okay? That time is the Aquarian age. Okay? It is the only one of the 12 ages where successful, expedient growth and learning can be done in an environment that has no pain and struggle. Okay. All right. So we should know what we're talking about with the Aquarian age. I want y'all to always remember we're talking energy. Okay. And specifically that clock. All right. With the zodiac signs, it is a clock. And it is a computer. It's part of the computer program. Okay. The greatest show on earth. If we are normal human beings, we believe three-dimensional time, space is all that exists. Or at least it is what we focus 99% of the time. In order for the school to be effective, one has to believe that it is real. We would not learn anything on planet Earth if we knew that it was an illusion. We would not pay attention in class or do our homework, and therefore we do not find out that it is an audio-visual training film. Shit! We just said like a movie.
Mm-hmm.
So we would not pay attention in class or do our homework, and therefore we do not find out that it is an audio-visual training film until we reach the end of the 12th grade and the big picture is revealed to us. This is when we discover that the school system was useful but not real. We are all masters of illusion, and in order to graduate, we must grasp this concept. Fortunately, our society offers us a practical analogy designed to help us understand the difference between illusion and reality. We have incredible technology that has created movie theaters with huge screens, all of this big sound, several projectors running at once. Now let's look at our theater mentality, which we all are quite familiar with. We go see movies like Rambo or Under the Siege and watch the blood and guts spilling onto the screen. We hear the screams with our own eyes. We demand perfection in our terror. If people are talking in the audience around us, we get extremely upset because they are breaking the mood. What happens if the projector is not working perfectly? If it is not dark enough? If the sound is not just right? If everything around us has been created to produce a total physiological response of stark terror with hearts pounding and palms sweating? What happens if we are not completely immersed in this simulation? We want our money back.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
An individual who had any desire to experience peace would not go see such a movie. But we are not primarily peace lovers. We are adventurers who are most interested in stimulation. That happens to be why we created the earth and the solar system in the first place. Let me drink my little water.
Mm-hmm.
That's why.
Bring it home. Bring it home.
That's why I said there are no victims. Okay. All right. So we basically saying we are only too willing to go into a theater and pay, y'all know this old $6 to become terrified.
Mm.
Then we turn child. Then we turn around and have the audacity to say that we never would have chosen this drama in our life. Bitch, what is you saying now? Didn't you pay the $6? I think it's $12 now. $12 to get in this bitch. You signed up to see Freddie 145, Chucky 375. And you go right. or go viral. But now you up in here and you gonna say you didn't choose this? Oh, really now? You didn't choose that, huh? That's why I tell you there are no victims. You signed up for this. You can bet that we did choose. We not only chose an incarnation that is identical to the one playing on the screen, but we paid tuition to get into this school. And when anyone tries to point out to us that it is an illusion, baby, we get offended.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck you talking about? I didn't sign up for this. But you did. I ain't trying to hear that bullshit you talk about. Baby, you ain't got to hear the bullshit I'm talking. Okay, carry on. Carry on. Go on and flunk the 5th grade a motherfucking again. That's on you. Carry on.
Stimulation. That's the reason.
Stimulation.
Of all kinds. Just nasty. Just doing it all the time. That's all you're gonna do is do it.
And then don't even do it well. Be fucking up over and 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 over again. Whatever stimulation, that's your thing. And if you're getting so immersed in that it's ruling you, might want to do some inventory. Might want to check in with your higher self / your soul. Was that in your thesis? Was that in your soul contract?
Yeah, that's what they doing. I mean, people doing it to anything. I mean, so-called heterosexual sex is a rare thing. You got people sleeping with dolls, robots, cucumbers, dildos. I mean, anything that'll fit in a hole or over something. People are doing it. So.
And if that's what you want to do, you came to the planet to hump.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, you want to keep, flunking the particular levels to hump. Hump on. Who the fuck am I? Do you, boo?
Yeah, it's all for stimulation.
But let's be fucking clear. You ain't no victim.
Huh?
All right. What happens when we are at the movies and the excitement is peaking? The tanks are coming over the hill and the good guys are in the trenches. And just as the fight is about to start, some guy in the audience stands up and says, "Don't worry, it's an illusion." Do we say, "Oh yeah, that's true," or do we scream, "Sit down and shut up"? Somebody call the usher and get that guy out of here. I don't want to know that this is an illusion because I'm having a good time. Now, this is for those of you on your spiritual journey. And as you are coming into your higher self, your true, authentic self, and you so happy, and you want to share it with the world. Ta-da! And you share it with family, and some even with your significant other. And they tell you, shut up and sit down. I don't want to hear that bullshit that you're talking. Okay?
Spoiler alert.
Right. Right. Like, I dare you. I am immersed in this quote, quote, drama. And usually it's a lot of motherfucking drama that they're immersed in. And you're like, ta-da! You know this shit is all an illusion. You know you don't have to play it out that way. Get the hell out the way. You might get a shoe thrown at you if you at the crib and you standing in front of that 72-inch or whatever, 75-inch TV.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
But you know, back in the day, it was always a nigga that was going to talk to the screen at the movie.
Yeah, you know black people got that shit bad. Right.
So we should be used to that.
Right. Right. But I mean, y'all know, men, y'all know how y'all do us when y'all be in them goddamn sports or fights and you be like, da-da-da-da-da, you ain't heard shit we said and we have to jump in front of the, move. Y'all almost finna break out in the motherfucking fist fight. Nigga, you heard what the fuck I said. So the point being, family, you cannot personally make somebody wake up. They're not where you are at, and that's okay. Matter of fact, who the hell am I to disturb you from your movie/illusion?
Now, that's like standing in front of the TV during soap operas with grandma.
Yeah, because you know, grandma and them didn't play about the motherfucking stories, baby. Because I used to sit with my grandma. She was ABC soap. So what was it? General Hospital, One Motherfucking Life to Live, all my goddamn children. Hope. See, we didn't watch that. Hope. We didn't watch those. The CBS. Yeah. Which one was they on? CBS?
Ryan's Hope was on 5. That was on ABC, Brian's Hope.
I've never watched that one.
It came on like 12:30. My grandmother used to watch it.
Okay, yeah, we didn't watch Ryan's Hope, but yeah, all the rest of them.
Gina Arnold started on there. She
got her start on there. Yeah, we never watched that. Yeah. Grandma wasn't trying to play that, baby. Who you playing with, honey? The house cleaning, cooking and all that. Because, you know, back then, there was breakfast, lunch, and dinner cooked.
Mm-hmm.
But all that shit was around them goddamn stories. Like I told y'all, you let Big Mama and them or your mama have to come up to that school and interrupt her stories because you showing your goddamn ass, baby. It's not going to be pretty. So I agree, same concept. Don't let your old man walk in early. Why ain't shit? Nigga, what the fuck you doing home early? Shit. I had my stuff. You know my stories is on and I get up at da-da-da-da time because I don't watch that particular story and go on and put da-da-da-da-da-da on. So same concept. Who are you to disturb someone from their movie/illusion? What do we do when the same guy walks up to us after we wreck our car and reminds us that it's all illusion, but life is just the movie? If our technology has the capability to make us believe for 2 solid hours that what we are experiencing is real, what does universal technology have?
Say that again.
If our technology has the capability to make us believe for 2 solid hours that what we are experiencing is real, what does universal technology have?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that God has better trick photography than Hollywood? Is this planet just a three-dimensional hologram with quadraphonics sound being played on the insides of our eyelids, or is it real? Will the credits start to roll soon? Will the house lights come on? When they do, how many of us have ever found blood on the screen? How many times have the actors actually died in what we saw? You know that they didn't get hurt because you would have read about it in the newspaper. 25 actors taken out at the OK Corral. They are not dead. They are starring in another film next week. We have all been taken out thousands of times, and frankly, we don't care. In a long-term cosmic sense, we ultimately will not care about tragedy because the truth is God is love, and love does not allow tragedy. Yet while the movie was going on, we were able to muster up enough anger and resentment to want to go to the screen and take out the bad guys. This school system functions in exactly the same way as Hollywood. I'll just read that again. This school system functions in exactly the same way as Hollywood. The earth is a very well planned, technically correct illusion. It has been created so perfectly, we think that the movie begins at the beginning and ends at the end. We think time is linear, and we don't even realize that the whole film was shot out of sequence. If we could see through the editing, we wouldn't waste our money buying a ticket. Now, if folks are willing to pay, this is $5 or $10, I'm going to say $12 to go see a movie like Rambo, what do you think they have to pay to do a lifetime of drama? It gets to be pretty expensive. Yet they are willing to pay because the freshman orientation counselors have told them about the school here and the degrees they have to earn that will bring them greater freedom and a greater capacity to understand. They decided they wanted to enroll in Earth School because they saw drama as a powerful motivator for what? Spiritual growth. Okay? Is God too good to be true? A difficult thing for spiritual seekers to comprehend initially is that God doesn't allow mistakes. Okay, so for those of you, you can think of God in any way you want to. You could think of it as, an all-knowing, all-seeing deity, or you can think about it as a higher consciousness energy. All right, it's not up for me to tell you what it means to you. God is love, and love is not consistent with error or wrong. I will say much more about this in the coming chapters, but for now, try to place your beliefs and judgments about all the errors that are committed on this planet in your mental closet. If, when you have finished this book, if you still choose to believe that God allows errors on earth, you can retrieve the content of your mental closet and all your beliefs will be still intact. No harm done. Ram Dass recalls his guru speaking about the people who are starving. With tears in his eyes, he said to Ram Dass, "Can't you see how perfect it all is? It's perfect and it stinks. In any case, there is more going on here than we understand in our present mind. Let us pursue this. With our old beliefs about a God who is powerless to prevent error are tucked away, let us consider a more empowering, a more loving concept. Every grade in this school is essential, and there are certain things that the student in those grades do which are very appropriate for them to do. The Arab nations have to be fighting the way they are right now, just as the Aborigines and the Wall Streeters have to be doing their thing because they are in those classes getting those assignments. If you wish to be helpful as a fourth grade teacher, you must understand how that grade functions. The fourth grade curriculum on planet Earth contains many lessons related to feeling separate from God and the rest of mankind. In the fourth grade, we pit ourselves against other individuals and other groups in any attempt to prove that we are right and they are the ignorant ones. We even blow them away individually or nationally if necessary. That is not wrong. It is simply the fourth grade. So I'm going to stop. Let me sip my little water. Because the way I understand what the author is trying to say.
We in the fourth grade.
Yeah. That's low as a motherfucker. Ain't that elementary school?
Yeah. Yes, indeed.
Cause we finna keep it all the way funky. Cause this what the fourth grade curriculum. He giving you the curriculum of the fourth grade. You separated from self, or you can say God. You're separated from higher self or God. We pit ourselves. I am not putting myself in there. Fuck that. Folks pit themselves against other individuals, groups, in an attempt to prove that they are right and other people are ignorant. And then, hey, we gonna go to blows over the shit. That's the fourth grade. Of course, you have long since decided that you no longer wish to be a fourth grader. Perhaps you have even decided that you no longer wish to be a fourth grade teacher. When an individual feels an internal urging to give up trying to save people who can't comprehend the value of spiritual ways of doing things, there arises an internal conflict. We often believe that it is our duty to save our family and friends or to fix the evils of our world, even though we get worn down trying. Well, take heart. There is a better way. It is the way that the master teachers taught. It is a way of bringing salvation to your family, friends, and planet that is stress-free. It is better than stress-free. It is fun, exciting, uplifting, self-empowering, and energizing. So I'm just going to read what the fourth grade is for the slow ones in the back. This is what the fourth grade curriculum entails. You're separated from your higher self or God, pitting yourself against other individuals and other groups in an attempt to prove that we are right and they are the ignorant ones, and we'll even go to blows over it. That's what the 4th grade curriculum is. But when you decide, hey, you know what? I'm not finna be up in the 4th grade. I don't want to be a teacher of 4th graders. When an individual feels an internal urging to give up trying to save people who can't comprehend the value of spiritual ways of doing things, there arises internal conflict. We often believe that it is our duty to save our family and friends or to fix the evils of our world, even though we get worn down trying. Well, take heart. There is a better way. So in other words, ta-da! You know you don't have to watch that depressing ass movie, right? It is the way that the master teachers taught. It is a way of bringing salvation to your family, friends, and the planet that is stress-free. What you mean I don't have to have no trauma and drama? It is better than stress-free. It is fun, exciting, uplifting, self-empowering, and energizing. We choose our teachers, authority figures, or masters. Within this school system, there are 2 distinct groups of teachers. Those who have walked on water, raised the dead, lived life in peace and security, and those who have done everything according to the world's rules. The second group has always tried to be right. They die of stress-related diseases, living guilt and frustration as their legacy. Those in the first group are known as master teachers. So he's given examples of who they're calling master teachers, Jesus, Buddha, Krishna, and hundreds of lesser known awakened beings. Master teachers live life in a spirit-based context, setting aside most of their ego's influence. Because the ego feeds the character that you are playing. That's why you hear spiritual teachers, or who they want to call master teachers, saying, when you kill the ego, you know that you're on the pathway of your higher self. So ego and higher consciousness, they don't go together. The second group tends to rely on its intellect and good judgment when making decisions instead of relying on spirit. I call the second group authority figures. You are familiar with them. Child, shots finna be fired, y'all. They raised you, taught you, trained you, molded you, and otherwise imposed their correct belief system on you. Human beings have a habit of excluding from their definition of reality everything that does not lie within the field of their perception. Daily life so fully occupies our attention that after a few years of being responsible adults, we lose the ability to perceive and focus upon that which is not obvious. When we were small children, we had not yet been taught the foolishness of having unlimited realities. All things are possible to young minds. Limitations, heaviness, restrictions, responsibility, guilt, ought tos, and should have, shouldn't, you know, black people shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And the cold, hard realities of life are learned traits. I'll just read that again. When we were small children, because remember, I'm just going to flip back right quick. You know, when you was in Earth's school and you wrote up your thesis that you were going to, which is really your soul contract, okay? You was in Earth school as a soul, okay? You chose this advanced class. And your soul contract / thesis, you signed that and you incarnated on earth, passed through a physical portal, i.e. womb, as a child. You still had that connection as that child to your higher self, your soul. Okay? Oh, shit. Wrong one. Damn it. Where was you, Rhonda? Right there. Okay. So, as a child, you hadn't been taught the foolishness because you were still connected to your higher self, your soul level self. So you had not been corrupted with limitations, heaviness, restriction, responsibility, guilt, the coulda, woulda, shoulda. Because all of those cold, hard realities of life are learned traits. These uncomfortable beliefs are taught to every person on earth by well-meaning authorities. The authority figures have the perception of the mature, responsible adult who has been educated in this world. That means that the things that are real and true to them are things that can be observed through the 5 senses. Intelligent beings on this planet are observant. They take in information through the eyes, ears, etc., and store that information in their mental databanks. The information can be obtained from direct experience or vicariously through books, etc. Then when action is required in their lives, they sort the stored data into the most advantageous solution can be determined. Hence, all solutions are de facto repetitions of the past. By repeating applications of the process, some individuals get rather good at being authority figures. And slowly, very slowly, it seems, the earth makes progress. We haven't ended war yet or done away with man's inhumanity to man. But it does appear that from time to time, some improvements get a foothold. So do y'all understand why most are at the 4th grade? The authority figures in our lives have learned about life in the school of hard knocks and or in the school of the intellectuals. These authority figures teach us the facts of life. They teach us how hard it is to get ahead in life. They teach us to watch out for old number 1 and to either be defensive or aggressive, depending on what the situation demands. We have been taught about the work ethic, about the inequalities and injustices of the economic, political, social, and business system that are beyond our control. We learn how to get ahead, be problem solvers and critical thinkers. We learn about all the inherent faults that members of the opposite sex possess. If one assumes what the five senses perceive is reality, then this intelligence approach to life is rational. But if that assumption is correct, then there can be no omnipotent, loving God. Now, to those that's looking for a deity, I'll just let that sit right there. The existence of an omnipotent, loving God on the one hand, and war and all of this rest of this stuff, I'm trying to get around algorithms, and starvation on the other hand, are mutually exclusive. If we are trying to decide whether to follow the authority figures or the world or the master teachers, we might want to note some of the bad press that authority figures get. I'm not just talking about congressmen now. Authority figures have long been known for their opinionated personalities, their type A behavior, heart attack, and other stress-related diseases. They have been known to jump off buildings when the economy or other situations beyond their control didn't meet their expectations. Why have we believed the authority figures? Why has every person who is reading these words brought into, at some time or other, the limited beliefs stated above? Why have the teachings of the master teachers always been the opposite of the authority figures who raised us? In contrast to our upbringings and our education, the master teachers told us that we should become as little children, that we should take no thought for tomorrow, and that we should be as trusting as the lilies of the field. The master teachers didn't say to defend our country or our jobs or our way of life. A Course in Miracles tell us to neither attack nor defend, and never to justify our position to another person. It says that rather than maintaining a state of vigilance about our interactions with other people or other nations, we should maintain a state of inner peace in each moment. The perspective of the master teachers is not based on the supposedly objective reality of the five senses. The master teachers make irrational statements such as, nothing I see means anything, and I see only the past. Truly confounding to the authority figures are statements like, in my defenselessness lies my safety, and resist not evil. The master teachers say that if we will not devote any of our energy to the appearance of evil and injustice on earth, then we will eventually end up accomplishing the very same objectives that the more advanced of the authority figures have held. So in other words, the Brother Sean does an excellent job at reminding us, what are you giving your energy to? If all we do is sit up all day and look at the movie script, i.e. the news, one of the many movie scripts, many miniature movie scripts. And you know what that script is. Bad, bad, bad. Coming up at 10 or coming up at 11, depending on when you get your news, wherever you're located. You could pretty much, you don't even have to watch that bitch, to be honest. Because all you gonna hear is inner city violence, the G to the U to the N. Somebody that ripped somebody off. Ain't no more money. Go on somewhere and sit down. I ain't got shit to feed you. And then they may give you a story on a puppy being rescued. And so you take all of that movie script, miniature movie script, and that's what you see. That's what you focus on. Instead of, and I'm not trying to tell you what to do, I'm just putting it out there. I don't give a fuck about none of that. You know, that's a Rhonda-ism. That's why I don't be giving a fuck about none of that. And shout out to my other niece. She know who she is. Why she come texting me a couple of weeks ago? I didn't know some rapper had put a song out called None of That. And literally the hook to the song, I said, what is she talking about? So I listened to it, and I forget the rapper's name. It's a lady rapper. And the hook to the song is, I don't give a fuck about none of that. None of that. I said, oh, shit, this is my theme song. I don't give a fuck about none of that. None of that. Objectives such as healing ourselves on our planet, peace on earth, and the recreation of a green, ecologically perfect Garden of Eden. However, the master teachers pointed out there is no way to be successful at creating peace through the resistance correction. They point out that it is absolutely futile to try to heal anything outside of ourselves before healing ourselves. There is nothing outside of ourselves, they say. Age, thank you. Asian doll, thank you, son, Scotty. She was like, none of that shit. I don't give a fuck about none of that. None of that. I was like, oh, shit, this is my theme song. Now, some of the other stuff she was saying in there, I'm like, well, yeah, that don't apply. But I still don't give a fuck about none of that. None of that shit. Yeah. I'm like, okay, that's my theme song. I'm like, wait a minute. Somebody owe me a check. God damn it. So I've been saying I don't give a fuck about none of that for years. Shit. But anyway, there is nothing outside of ourselves, they say. Every statement a master teacher makes flies in the face of rational thinking of the authority figures. And that's why I don't give a fuck about none of that. What them authority figures is talking about. Our Western educational system has placed ultimate value on the intellect's ability to analyze and rationalize and improve our planet by making corrections to the inadequacies of various socioeconomic systems. A Course in Miracles says simply that all analysis is of the ego. It says that all correction belongs to, and he uses the Holy Spirit, not mankind. Should we worry about our loved ones and our planet? Or should we always have peace of mind? Which is more helpful? Should we fix the wrongs and injustices or just leave it to the Holy Spirit? Activists or pacifists? Or are those folks correct who say that God works through us so that when we are attempting to correct the evils of the world, we are really doing God's work, maybe out picturing God's righteous indignation on God's behalf? Who is right? The authority figures or the master teachers? The answer may surprise you. They both are. Well, actually, there is no right or wrong, but we'll get into that later. The difference is one of perspective. This book explores the validity of the master teacher's words. This book looks at the possibility that only the path of the masters can accomplish for us and our planet the healing that we so much long for. The path of the authority figures is very useful to the growth of the soul, but it is painfully slow. This path is called karma. The path taught by the master teachers is self-empowering, enlightening, fun, and best of all, expedient. If you are tired of relationships that aren't fun, physical and monetary limitations that aren't fun, then you may be ready to declare that you have no time for karma. Ain't got it to give. To dump the karmic way and move directly to joy, fun, excitement, and inner peace, we must follow the advice of King Solomon. With all they getting, get understanding. Oh, that's King Solomon. I kind of like that. That's kind of fly. Okay. So just to sum this up, you can stay in the 4th grade now, baby. I'm not saying you can stay in the 4th grade, baby. That's what you want to do. That you go ahead, right on ahead. But see, I'm finna go on up here to this PhD. The choice is yours. You can certainly do it. Okay. The structure of Earth School. Let's understand why life on Earth exists. Let's understand that Earth is a school. Let's understand the big picture of never-ending life, and we will have sufficient knowledge to create heaven on earth. Imagine all the pressures being off, no more struggle, no more no-win situations. And in the words of Mary J. Blige, no more drama. No more drama. And I'm going to add, no more trauma. Everything you have ever desired is yours when you obtain understanding of how this system works. When you opt to no longer believe that the teachings of authority figures, when you choose to be in the world but not of the world, okay? Shout out to the Christians. I know y'all know what that means. We can all become master teachers. On the scale of planetary evolution, 90% of the individuals incarnated on Earth today are in lower grades, and spiritually, they are wandering around in the dark. And in the words of the Isley brothers, I'm wondering if they hear footsteps in the dark. They do not have the slightest understanding of the cause and effect or the process of creating their own realities. They believe themselves to be victims of everything. If experience has taught them to be street smart, they may recognize their ability to manipulate their situation a tiny bit, but in no way would they believe that they have control of unforeseen circumstances. And surely they have never entertained the notion that they created their situations for specific educational purposes. They do not yet understand that they are connected to every other human being on the planet. Therefore, they do not believe that it is an error for them to go around shooting people, Shooting people for a good cause, such as patriotism or self-defense, does not violate their understanding of the universe. When every entity is perceived as being separate, it is natural to look out for yourself and to declare other people as well as the system unjust. For the time being, allow me to lump everything below the 10th grade in Earth School into soap opera consciousness. Baby, come on now with it. I think I'm finna steal this. Or I will borrow. Soap opera consciousness, which is the average level of consciousness on the planet today. The majority of the time in evolution is spent at this level. It is by far the longest path home. While discussing different levels in the system may seem separative, that does not imply that one grade is superior to another. And we certainly know better than to get in the ego trips about where we are on the ladder. Come on, say it for the slow ones in the back. As all school teachers know, some of the most hard-headed freshmen end up becoming credentialed and PhDs than the teacher will ever have. So being in different grades is a very temporary condition. The 10th grade. To keep the parable going, let's look at one group or grade of individuals on the earth who are far beyond average consciousness. But mind you, they are not yet enlightened. These folks have gone through all the lower grades to get to the 10th grade. The emphasis in the 10th grade is on brains. They are now ultimately intellectual. 8 or 10 million years in this school will make one intelligent. And baby, let me tell you, I ain't got no 8 or 10 milli to give. Get this motherfucker done in 3. Deuce! At least we get something to show for all the time and experience. We call these people geniuses. Well, goddamn it, you should be if you'd been around the block, been around the world, and you should be a genius. There are a lot of them on the planet working as economists, educators, generals, politicians, and some may remind us of our parents. Well, damn. They are all highly opinionated and are very difficult to teach, seeing as how they already know so much. The only way they will accept a lesson is if it fits their predisposed pattern of logical explanation. Most publicly recognized authority figures on the planet are 10th graders because they are geniuses. They can give you very confident and rational explanation of why it is appropriate to have 500,000 soldiers in Saudi Arabia. They have figured it out and have all the answers, but they are also the ones who jump out the window when the stock market crashes. Come on now. Shots fired. Pow, 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 pow. They are good people, and most of them have spent millions of years evolving to become intelligent, though not necessarily happy. Do you know anyone who is really intellectual and happy? They are far too busy debating and arguing as if they had some concept of what reality is. If they fail to convince another intelligent person that their point of view is correct, they feel a sense of loss. They believe that the 5 senses are real. They take in all their information through their senses and store it in their data banks, and that is what they call upon when they need an answer. So one of them can tell you with great certainty why you should be a Republican and another one knows why you should be a Democrat and they are both right based upon the information stored in their databanks. Yet neither one of them has 1/1,000,000 of 1% of data available on planet Earth. Can anyone ever make a correct decision if they have limited information to work with? Intellectual people enjoy playing in their intellects. There is a certain thrill to that as when you have mastered a skill or you have a new toy. There is some fun to be had, but there is no assurance that the intellect can create inner peace. Their minds are always racing and they find it very difficult to sit on a lake all weekend with a fishing pole. They jump up when they get an idea and declare, I have a brainstorm. I must return to the office immediately and work on this. Their whole life is consumed with the intellect. The difficulty with that is the universe is continually in a state of perturbation and change. It is not what it was 1/10 of a second ago, which means that if they were to learn everything that there was to know in that this second, it would be an obsolete in the next instant. They must be forever updating their information. While it can be an enjoyable game for a few lifetimes, it is slightly longer than an infinite process to reach enlightenment through the intellect. But most intellectuals aren't interested in obtaining inner peace yet anyway. They aren't after enlightenment. Their goal is worldly knowledge and mental stimulation. Most get their self-worth by knowing they are among the intellectual elite on the planet. It must also never be forgotten that every individual in the school, regardless of their level of understanding, is contributing to the release and freedom of each of the rest of us. How we marvel when one with great intellects discover a cure for a crippling disease in a laboratory. How grateful we are when an engineer or scientist invents a device to make our life easier. How moved and inspired we are when any individual, no matter where they might be on the ladder of evolution, overcomes a limitation or breaks the 4-minute mile barrier of their life. As we learn, we share. As we share, we grow. As we grow, we set ourselves and humanity free. Let me say here that no human being in this school can avoid becoming a genius. It goes with the territory. But all persons who have sincerely embarked on their empower of awakening have completed their studies in the smart grades several lifetimes ago. Make no mistake about it. You as a light worker on the planet are intelligent. Being intelligent is required. However, when you feel yourself being sucked into the maelstrom of intellectualism, pause and reflect. So in other words, like I said last week, you're always supposed to be taking inventory of your soul. Are you following your soul contract / your thesis? Okay. All right. It is stimulating, but it does not bring peace or joy or a sense of transcending human experience. Intellectualism normally focuses on planetary dilemmas and completely ignores the commandment to let thy eye be single, fixed on God, okay, or higher self. At this point in your service to mankind, that would create an uncomfortable delay in achieving your inner peace and outpicturing your healing abilities. It is fair to say that the 10th graders have done 9/10 of their path in terms of linear time, even though they have only completed half the objectives that they will accomplish in the world of duality. They have developed their left brains and are using half of their capacity to function in life. They absolutely believe that the intellect is king and that they will eventually become learned enough to discover true understanding under some microscope or in the caucus room. Persons who have been working in the 10th grade eventually notice that their priorities are shifting. At some point, they notice that people just won't do what they are told. Even though they know what is right and what is wrong, they are always paddling upstream, trying to get the rest of the world to do things their way. After exhaustive lifetimes of trying to fix people, they finally decide it can't be done. And giving up the fight, they unknowingly allow the universe to carry them to the next grade. All right, so I'm going to pause. Y'all got anything to put on this before I go to the 11th grade?
That sounds like all the Galactic Federation talk to me. And now how going into the age of Aquarius, you have some of them turning over a new leaf, i.e., Trump and the Patriots. We're trying to make things right, but Hillary and Biden and Obama and them are allegedly holding things up. They're begrudgingly going along, but eventually everybody's ending up at Gitmo to atone for their crimes. And it's going to be a beautiful, beautiful 1,000 years of peace. It sounds like the same old script. I mean,
exactly.
There's truth in there about what we are capable of. But it just still rings of the same old script.
And son Scotty said it. Now here he is a mess. You a mess, son Scotty. He typed Brother Sean, and now hear my channeled message from the Palladians.
Right.
Shit.
I mean, it's the same stuff we've been hearing, and basically what we have to enter and understand out of all that was said, until we do what we supposed to do, ain't shit gonna happen.
Exactly.
And that's as individuals before anything collectively.
Collectively. Come on with it now.
Because actually doing what you're supposed to do individually is doing what needs to be done collectively.
Bingo.
That's the part you don't seem to get. with every device that you have, it has different components in it that does different things. If one of those components fail to do what it's supposed to do, that fucks up everything else.
Absolutely.
So individually, you still got to do what you're supposed to do if you want this unity or wholeness. It's that simple. You're supposed to be focused on you, the God within you. The higher aspect of yourself. Long as you keep trying to tell other people what their higher aspect is supposed to be, being
Come on with it
with
now.
shit that ain't got nothing to do with you. All you doing is preventing yourself from doing what you're supposed to be doing.
Absolutely.
It's really that simple. We let everything be mystified when you're constantly told you're in school and everything is parables to teach you about self.
Right.
Everything is a lesson about self. So that's who you should be applying shit to, not to everybody else, this, that, or the other. That's like, if you believe that you're an African, that's where your energy should be. You should be focused on your brothers and sisters in Africa that you speak so highly of. How many of them do you sponsor? The ones that come over here. How many in your house? How many of their houses are you in when they achieve their white status? How many of them looking out for you with their college degrees and six-figure salaries?
He just saying.
I digress.
And just to add an analogy, not that it needs it at all, but I thought about it. Like they tell you on the airline when they're going over the safety rules. When when emergency jumps off and in case the cabin pressure decelerates and that the west of face bag come down, what do they consistently tell you? Put your own mask on first. So how you fencing to save somebody when you can't even save your damn self? Okay, so let's go to the 11th grade because I know we're in overtime. And then I'm going to have to check out the rest of these chapters because this was fire. Yeah, I think they did an excellent job. All right, so the 11th grade. The next grade that they will enroll in is compassion. They will come back to this plane of reality and find themselves in direct opposition to the intellectuals and the politicians who are making rational decisions. I don't give a fuck about none of that. None of that. None of that. That's the way karma works, We often come back opposed to the way we were before. Cosmic guilt, I guess. They will now be working on the other half of their being, trying to create this thing we call balance. So 11th graders are developing their intuitive side and they live their whole lives based upon what feels right. They are sensitive individuals who often shun practicality in order to help someone or something. This sometimes causes them to fall under great criticism from the logical side of the world. 11th graders are the ones who do silly things like absolutely refusing to go to war. They were the flower children in the 60s who lived in the school buses and believed that they could do some good by carrying flowers around and painting rainbows on walls. It was a completely illogical generation that boggled the minds of the highly opinionated intellectuals of the day who said if they would only be a little more responsible and get a job. Getting a job is not a high priority for 11th graders, but their fathers were usually still in the 10th grade and spoke with great frustration when they said, if you would just do it my way and go to Harvard and get a job working for a big corporation. They would answer, Dad, I don't have time for college. I have to go picket by the river where the people are dumping garbage. 11th graders are therefore the ones with the great causes. They want to end the war on planet, fix things like pollution, solve problems like homeless, discover a holistic cure for cancer, and feed the hungry in Africa. So, Sean, you talked that up. It is the radically different perspective from the intellectual community who said, let them go to school and they will figure out how to earn a living. That is indeed very logical, but it is not particularly compassionate. 11th graders have just shifted from left brain to right brain, and they are going to do irrational things. They say, I am going to save the salamander, and that is not rational. I am going to save the rainforest. Sis Sandra talked about the rainforest earlier today, which is not rational either. They function from what they feel for people. It is an irrational state of being that usually persists for a few lifetimes. 11th graders are doing more to create a planetary family awareness that has been done by a group of people on the earth. 11th graders are making great strides in creating an awareness of the need for international cooperation and planetary helpfulness. But in the process, they get worn down. Their relationships get stressed. They have too little time for meditation and inner peace. Busy, busy, busy. Look at all the environmentalists that we have on the planet and all the people who are trying to save everything. The majority of the New Age community will tell you that they are the epitome on Earth's enlightenment. They will insist that they love their work, that they're really, really happy, and that it is not their fault that the money is short or the body aches. They love to play with crystals and do their healing work and sit at the feet of the Swanee who sits. But they are so focused on the tragedy that enfolds this earth that they have no peace and little joy. They live in a great deal of fear that earth will pollute itself to death and the rainforests will disappear. They fear that all the dolphins will go away and the temperature will rise and cause the ice caps to melt. As each of us grow up and become aware that there was more to life than meets the eye, we were drawn to those entities who were compassionate because they embodied the higher consciousness that we could find on the planet. We said, I must be one of them. I need to join their group. I'm going to be anti-nuke. And truly, 11th graders are the cream of the crop of earthlings. So, you and I have recently acted on our 10th grade habit, done a 10th grade review, and we are really good at our 11th grade behavior. But there is more to learn before the master degrees are awarded. What did all the master teachers say? If we enter the kingdom of heaven, we would resist not evil. Do you know how many things we are allowed to be against and still attain enlightenment? The same number as our favorite master teachers was against 0. They have all been for and for the light. They have all been for love and for the light. They are not anxious and they are not fearful like our 11th graders. Compassion is not the end of the road. Having compassion is not the same as being awake. The truth is that the earth is a school and it's working perfectly. There is nothing here in need of fixing. If a person finds himself on earth in a body, then that person, no matter how compassionate and intelligent, is not yet enlightened. So I'm just going to highlight that, drink a little water. That person is in a grade, and that grade is not a mistake. It is perfect for that person at that time. All grades eventually lead to graduation, and that is what we want. That is enlightenment. Cosmic law states that if you are to give healing, you must be healed. And if you are to give peace, you must be peaceful. If you are to give joy to the world, you must be joyful. You cannot give a gift you do not possess. 11th graders cannot allow themselves to be happy when other human beings are hurting. There are many individuals who have been working here for millions of years. Child, I'm tired just saying that millions of years. To go through 11th of 12th grades. Those who use Schoolhouse Earth as their primary path of growth usually do not skip any grades. Therefore, every entity that you see in the cross-section of humanity is passing from one grade to another. And for those 11th graders who have learned that neither the intellect nor blind compassion will get them home, we have yet another grade. All right. 12th grade. By the time a student reaches the 12th grade, he has done nearly all the awakening process. He is a genius because he has done the intellectual's path. And while it might have been fun to recognize his intelligence, he now knows that it will not get him into heaven. Then he develops his intuitive side and becomes balanced. That was supposed to make him feel good. He may have thought that he would be on easy street when he obtained balance. But now he finds himself wondering why he still has junk in his life and why he still sees so much error on the planet. Now he is ready for the next step. The next step is discovering for himself what makes a graduate of the earth. You can tell when 11th graders are ready to transition because they are willing to give up. I have worked my whole life trying to stop the war and it still goes on. I quit. Surrendering is the only way that we will ever get anywhere in this system. And that very process of giving up, they will have become 12th graders. As we are all very aware on this patriarchal, masculine, dominant planet, giving up is supposed to be, it's like failure. That makes it difficult to surrender to a power and wisdom greater than ourselves to guide our lives. Not yet graduates, 12th graders find themselves back on earth and they wonder what the hell they are doing here. They are the transition team, here to facilitate the graduation process of the earth. They are the gods of the people who declare themselves to be part of the planetary transition team. But in effect, most of them are people who are intellectualizing and rationalizing their way, or are so hung up on their cause that they cannot be objective. Most of those who really are members of the transition team don't have a clue. They just want to go home. In the process of finding their way home, they will lead the planet home too. Do you remember that time in your personal self-empowerment phase when you were declaring yourself to be okay or declaring yourself to be free? You had a great deal of energy about your personal empowerment issue. That energy verified for you that you had not mastered those issues. When we know that we are okay, then we are simply at peace with ourselves. We must be in such a state of objectivity, inner peace, if we are to facilitate the graduation process. When we are really in the midst of a growth experience, we may have the theory of peace down in our head, but we still have a cage that can be rattled, and the graduates cannot have cages. 12th graders are doing lives of integration. They reach back to the beginning of their incarnation experiences and integrate the worthy and the beneficial aspects of those experiences in conscious form. This does not mean that they are required to remember the details of the life in which they were the priest or the monk or the martyr, or the days that they walked in the sandal feet by the Mediterranean. Even though they have done all that, the details are usually irrelevant. It is the awareness that they attain and the feeling that they absorbed that come back to them as useful tools in 12th grade. These lives of integration tend to be very confusing. Each life of integration is a hodgepodge of experiences. Sometimes we fall back into being intellectual. Sometimes we fall back into soap opera. We often fall back briefly into doing all the steps that we did along the way. Habits we have had for millions of years are hard to break. So we have a few moments of brilliance in which we insist that we know all the answers and we are going to fix everybody. We probably had not quite polished off that unpleasant habit of fixing people back there in the 10th grade. The 12th grader will also occasionally go home and watch soap operas on television. The difference is that they are not hung up on them. This is where the statement, thou shalt have no other gods before me, came from. If our intellect or our soap opera is God, dominates our thinking, we are in one of life's wonderful dead ends. When students have reached 12th grade, they have attained sufficient awareness to catch themselves when they are falling backwards. Taking inventory of your soul. Are your actions in the matrix, in the 3D, in the illusion, in the earth school, is it lining up with your thesis or soul contract? They are starting to live consciously. They believe less and less in living random lives. They begin to see purpose in life. They start to acknowledge their own divinity. Now they do remember that one affirmation can solve more problems than all the solutions that the 10th and 11th grade could come up with combined. Now they give up karmic lessons and begin to just be their God-man self. So I'm just going to flip back to this slide. Hold on. God damn it, I done passed it. Ye are God. Okay. They see that the intellect is good because the initiation cannot get them across the street in traffic. Their intellect does that quite well, on the other hand, and they could not live on the earth without it. But they see that the intellect has no creativity whatsoever. Unlike intuition, the intellect cannot reach into the unknown and pull out answers that did not exist before. So when I make the statement, I'm not fucking interested, I don't give a fuck about none of that. Bring me something back from the realms, from the spiritual realms. So they finally come to the place where they realize that the answers do not lie in the intellect nor in blind compassion. If they are like me, they have probably been known to declare with great frustration that there are no answers. That was when the universe stood up and applauded, saying, let's see if we can keep this person confused for the next couple of years, and then we will have them out of their heads and out of this mess. So I'll pause before I go on to the last paragraph in case sis, Sandra, Brother Sean, or Nephew Nuwa, if you're still on, if y'all have anything.
They've been hitting on some stuff.
Yeah. I picked this out months ago, y'all. This been sitting here all that time we've been going. This was already in the original when we started this series. This article was always there. All right, so we'll go to the last one. And now this gonna have me checking out the next chapters. We may have to come back to this because the shit they doing real good. Earthly knowledge won't cut it. If a person thinks that he knows anything, he is in a state of delay, and the universe will have no choice but to wait on him. A statement like that pushes our buttons because we have been taught by the authority figures that our self-worth comes from the amount of knowledge we possess. Eventually, we discover that it is not the amount of knowledge we learn that brings satisfaction and excitement. It is the amount of knowledge we connect with. Earth people have always considered learning to be linear, intellect-oriented task, but doing anything linear is extremely slow compared to doing it intuitively. Left-brained individuals on this planet have never understood nor even investigated where Einstein and Mozart got their material. Learning and knowledge are not at all negative terms to the spiritual student. It is just that we want to shift our techniques of acquiring them from one that involves drudgery and slowness into one that is expedient and stress-free. The master teachers have always said that the way to acquire total understanding was to know that at this time we do not possess any knowledge compared to the amount we will gain if we will stop professing that we know something. The first thing that any guru worth his or her own salt tells the new disciple is to sit down and shut up. Still the mind. Be still and know that I am God. The I am refers to the mediator, not the old man in the sky. A statement from A Course in Miracles come to mind. A healed mind does not plan. It carries out the plans that it receives through listening to wisdom that is not its own. It waits until it has been taught. There is but a handful of entities on this earth who have been able to comprehend that everything we see and hear and read and feel on this plane of reality can be in harmony with a benevolent and friendly universe. To understand this, we must understand the cosmic laws of creation. All right, that's a good stop, y'all. That's what's up. I ain't finna sit up here and lie. They did that shit. They did the damn thing. So I'm gonna have to go through them other chapters and see if we're gonna incorporate something else. But this is called Earth School. Okay. All right. So with that said, we went into overtime. Sis, oops, I'm sorry. Okay, nephew. Let me unmute you, sis. Nephew, you have any last words for the family?
That was amazing, Auntie. It made more sense to go through that, let's say, those school chapters than what we've been doing our regular life. Just go to work, get a job, do something, to understand that there's a meaning behind each level or each grade. And it's about us passing or intaking the information we need to and moving towards our inner self, because it all relates back to ourselves. If we're doing anything outside of ourselves, we're in the lower grade. If we're with let's say materialistic things, as are most of our community here today, we're in junior high. So it's really eye-opening to see that understanding related so clearly. For me, I have to go through that again to kind of really get the perspective. But what I've come to understand is the people that I think I'm helping, I'm not. And realistically, I need to leave them in their own mess for them to clean up themselves, because it's not my journey to clean up their mess for them. Yes, I can help them, but at the same time, I could say I'm part of the transition team, but I'm done. I really want to move forward, because I could see where the perpetual going through this over and over, trying to reteach people that don't want to learn, it becomes daunting on your soul. It becomes like, what am I doing? So for me, I'm at the point where I want to not give up, but yeah, I'm putting it down. I'm ready to transition forward, because yeah, there's more to life than just the worldly experience that we're currently having.
Indeed.
So thank you for bringing that forward. Is this the last word moment?
Yep, we're in last words.
Well, with that is just to say thank you again for bringing this information to light. As you said, it's been in the bag for a minute, but we had our own personal journey to get to this point in the lesson. Realistically, as we've been saying, take responsibility for self, because when you don't, you become a slave to the system in many different ways. If you're chasing finances, if you're chasing to save the planet, it's designed to be in this chaos in a manner of speaking. And us trying to fix it is the trick of the system.
Absolutely.
We have to not care about it,
right?
And care about our inner growth, making sure our vibrations at a certain frequency, and we're tapping into our intuition and using that to access information that is not even currently available. And that's what we're not even realizing. The answers to our problems, we have them, but it's not through our intellect or through the books that we read or through the studies we went through. It's literally giving up all that information and tapping into our intuition and letting that dictate to us what to do next. So with that, we love you, and thanks for the understanding.
Love you too, nephew. Love you too. Great.
Wholeness and power.
Wholeness and power, Uncle Sean. Auntie Sandra, love you too, darling. Appreciate you opening up on your experience.
I know.
It showed the correlation. As you said, those people were waiting in what room? Yeah, because they got to go back. They're part of that Jesus crowd. They didn't learn their lesson. And it just shows how far you have came, where the guard tower is looking at you and saying, like, what are you doing here? You're past this lesson. Let's say that was grade 4. You're supposed to be in grade 10 at least. So
indeed,
give thanks to yourself for that journey that you've gone through.
Thank you.
Sis,
so
have any last words for the family?
You know what? This reminds me of the 13 gates that Brother Odell was talking about. And each one of them gates, they take off your energy and live off of it and suck off it and learn.
Okay, let's back it up. What grade are we talking?
This is at
let's do it this way. I dropped in the chat the link to this article.
I need to grab that.
Go back and go. As a matter of fact, let me peg it.
Child. You're in the 11th grade, in 12th grade, right?
What grade I'm in does not matter. What grade RMJ is in, it don't even matter. What I would suggest is go back and read that article. Because again, this is a school.
I understand that. But it reminded me.
Right, of the gates. Okay. All right, that's fair. But the only part I had to why I went back over that, because it's the they. It's the they. It's the they. It's the they.
Well, who's the they talking about has all this wisdom too?
Go back and read the article. I'm not finna spend another 2 hours going back through it.
No, I don't want you to, because I didn't come in and out about 20 times. So I didn't.
So you missed a lot of it. Okay, yeah. Grab before this live is out, sis. Go on and grab the article and go back through it.
Yeah, matter of fact, I have to get the chat back because they take it off and then they come back and then they take it off. And then
so can you grab it right quick? Because I am finna wrap up and shut this live down. So
is that the Laplace.org?
Yes.
Okay, I see it here.
Go back and read the read the article.
Oh, let me keep this.
I would highly encourage everybody to go back and read the article, or either just replay the live up to this point. I know this long, so go to the last. However, I don't know how. I think that took us an hour to get through it. Go to the last hour of the show if you don't want to read the article to get me reading the article. So that's your last words to the family.
I enjoyed everything because I told a kid one time when he was about 14 years old, this is boot camp, and you have to choose the way you want to live because you have to have better energy. And he chose the bad way, and he died early. That we have to learn to exist beyond ourselves and in the right frequency. So Yeah, but it did remind me of those gates and the coming back all the time because they talking about millions of years. I'm like, holy
Yeah,
mackerel.
now see, and let me shut up because I can't speak for nobody else's experience. That's up to you to tap into your higher self.
Yeah.
If you want to get a gauge of your journey through past lives, you can do that. You can definitely do that. That's why, and shout out to you, Sis Sandra, because you said past lives, and I was like, maybe. And then you said it the next week. I'm like, okay, that means I have to put the slide in there about past lives and relate it to the Akashic records.
Yeah.
But you can go, I can't tell you how many times you've incarnated on this planet. I can't tell you what's in your soul contract. You have to access your higher self/soul level to get that information. But at the end of the day, that's what it's about. It's about your spiritual journey.
Yeah.
What did you say you wanted to come to Earth to do, to experience, to evolve your soul even more? Okay. So thank you, Sis Sandra. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Well, yeah, it's like the whole 10th grade thing, getting beyond that, is what we've been telling y'all for the longest. Letting go.
Yeah.
Stop.
About driving nuts.
Things that simple. Integration. That's part of the healing process, the most important part of it. You start off with the integration. You set your intent before doing anything. Then it's the actual going through the process, the channeling of your energies to the integration part of it. Through the integration, that's where you physically manifest it. You have to be in that frequency constantly. You have to become what it is that you've professed to be.
Yep.
It's not just a matter of saying, it's being. If your manifestations or what you desire or where you desire to be is in higher frequencies, that has to be your very being.
Yep.
As stated, from moment to moment, the universe is changing. That must be your way of being, forever ascending, forever letting go.
Like Brother Bomar says.
Yeah, because if something changes from one moment to the next,
right,
then you have to let something go that quickly. As things are changing, you're constantly letting go of things. You're constantly stopping the old way and doing something new. You're constantly creating. You're not being stagnant.
Absolutely.
Wholeness and power. Love y'all.
Love you too.
Great point.
Yeah, Bomar is pretty good on his stuff about, developing a new world after you've been through this boot camp.
Right. So, I mean, family, my last words is I had shared with y'all that I went through an affirmation exercise. And I pulled, they had all of us on Post-it notes, write positive affirmations, and they stuck them on the board. And then we went and picked up what affirmations resonated with us. And you could pick up however many you wanted to. And this one was mine. Damn, y'all can't see it on here. God damn it. But anyway, just to show y'all, I got to post it. It's I am whole. I didn't write this because it was a group of us. And when I saw that, I snatched it. I said, bingo, that's it. The person gets it. Okay? So, family, again, I hope you got some value out of this. Your experience is your experience. You are responsible for your experience. As a matter of fact, let me just read what I wrote. When we talking about Earth School, all right? You are responsible for your spiritual journey. No man, woman, deity, religion, or ideological or ideology will fulfill your spiritual journey. You are equipped to complete the journey you agreed to. Your actions, behavior in this realm create your reality, and you can choose to change, alter, or create new actions / behaviors which will create a new reality. You are a soul having a physical experience. You are all powerful. You are worth to live in this realm in love, peace, and happiness. Go create the world you want to live in. So that's my last words, fam. I want to thank the YouTube family chat. I didn't get to spend much quote time with you all tonight. Yeah. So thanks to the YouTube chat family. All right. Thank you to the listeners. Okay. I know this was long and we like an extra overtime. Okay. Thank you to nephew Nuwa for coming in, giving us the update on the Canada stuff, child. And while we down here choking and shit,
we chilling.
He chilling in fresh air in his garden,
sunshine,
right?
Rain.
So, thanks, nephew, for giving us the update on Canada and just for joining us tonight, putting something on it. So thank you. We appreciate you. And then thank you, Sis Sandra. Oh, girl, every time you tell that story that
they be cutting me off.
Near-death experience. But we learned a lot new, girl, because I didn't know that old boy had pulled you up in the office, baby. Said, well, number one, you ain't supposed to be here because you know them people out there waiting on the Lord. Well, you know he ain't gonna never show up. Child.
That was kind of freaky.
Child, I would have laid, once I woke up, I would have been in that hospital bed like, what the hell?
Get me out of here. I made it. I ain't going there.
I think that it was cool that you also saw it playing as a movie, because that was my experience when the Akashic records opened up and that pictorial images was rolling. I was like, so thank you, Sis Sandra. You didn't have to share that personal experience with us. So we appreciate you, sis. Thanks so much.
You wouldn't have got it in 2017 because I thought I was a little nuts.
Girl, that's okay. That's okay. That's all right. So, and thank you, Brother Sean, for just giving us so many aha moments. So truly, truly appreciate it. Thank you so much, brother. It's appreciated. So, fam, I'm not going to be here next week. I got to go handle some business, spend time with my aunt. So yeah, I'm really going to take that time out next week. So we're not going to have a show next week. I'll literally be traveling. So we'll be back the following week, and we'll pick up where we left off. So with that said, thank you all, family, very much for hanging out with us and sharing this experience with us. I wish everyone well, and go create the world you want to live in. So with that said, we are Truth Uncompromised, and we're out of here, fam. Peace and love.
Peace.
Love
Peace
y'all.
and love. All right now.
I can go smoke.